All right. All right. All right. We are back to our regularly scheduled programming today. And that means we are going to be criticizing random clips from the Whatever podcast because they're crazy. They're absolutely insane. So, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. Just getting a few things set up here still while we see if anyone wants to filter in at the beginning here. I don't really have enough viewers for that yet, but we'll get there, right? Yeah, we'll get there. Brand new channel. We have time. Okay. Almost ready to go. Dun, dun. Okay. All right. So we're doing Whatever podcast criticizing. And again, I don't pre-watch these. We just go by the titles. So I made a little playlist going through their clips channel, and I just chose them based off the titles because the titles are crazy. Some of them seem like interesting topics of conversation that I'm sure the host is going to have some pretty insane views on. But yeah, that's the way it goes. So here we go. All right. So this first one we have here is going to be. Oh, let's get this. A little more centered. There we go. A little more. There we go. All right, so this first one is called The Reality of Women on Dating Apps. And this first pause screen at 0 seconds is a article about Bumble. So interesting is a word. I don't know if it'll apply to this, but here we go.
Adeline, could I have you read the title?
Yeah, dating app Bumble will no longer. You ready?
Yeah.
Dating app Bumble will no longer require women to make the first move.
All right, that's quite a change. And then we're going to have you read, starting from the New York.
10 years after creating a new model for dating apps with its.
Oh, wait. First, let's see. I recognize Q. I don't recognize anyone else. Okay, Q's here.
Women make the first move feature. Bumble's opening the door to men starting conversations on its platform. Bumble is rolling out a new feature called Opening Moves that will let female users set a prompt to which male suitors can respond to initiate a conversation. Oh, what? Wow. The feature reverses a long-standing requirement by the app that women send the first message to their matches, which Bumble said gave women more power.
So I'm pretty sure I've been on Bumble since this happened, just to check it out. And the opening moves thing is pretty much the same as sending a first message. It's a prompt. It's not like you're just cold approaching anymore. You actually have something to engage with. So I don't really understand what the problem is here.
Over their dating lives. The new feature is part of a larger relaunch of the app announced Tuesday by new CEO Jones, who took over the top job from founder earlier this year. The move comes as dating apps broadly are working to maintain their relevance as some singles have become burnt out on online dating and are seeking more in-person connections.
Let me see if there's anything else worth reading here.
Was that even worth reading? I'm sure Brian's going to have a problem with this, but I don't know what it is yet. We'll see.
They're just trying to stay relevant.
Taking as a great call to action.
That kind of takes away the whole novelty of what Bumble was.
Read from the new opening moves. Actually, can I have you read it?
Sure. The new opening moves feature is one way Jones says Bumble is evolving while staying true to its original mission of empowering women. Now, women users will have the option to continue initiating conversations with matches or to set an opening move. For example, a question about a potential match's dream dinner guest. That would indicate that they want their match to reach out first. For non-binary users or those seeking same-gender matches, either person can set and respond to an opening move.
And we're going to skip that part, scroll down just a bit.
I don't have my glasses on, sorry.
Can you read just these next ones?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, okay. The changes could be key to returning Bumble, which also owns dating apps Badoo and Fruits, to profitability after it posted a 1.9 million net loss last year. The company's share price has also plummeted 86% from its initial public offering in February 2021.
All right. Thank you for reading that, guys. We should have you read more. That was good. That was very good.
Thanks.
It's got a good reading
Love
voice.
your accent.
Thank you for tuning in.
So, have any of you ever been on Bumble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't setting an opening move like the same thing as initiating? I don't understand. Is that really that different?
And so Bumble, at least they're changing it now. It used to be that the woman had to send the message first, right? What do you guys think of this new change? Yay, nay?
I like it.
So it's basically just like every other single dating app now? Yeah.
I would, this is my opinion on Bumble and Tinder. I always said Bumble is better quality and Tinder is trash unless you're looking for purely a good time, then Tinder is where the party's at. Bumble, the men who are on there are going to be more conventionally attractive men because all of the other men are going to go to Tinder where they have higher chances and they're going to spend more time there, as opposed to the men who are going to, and you can play devil's advocate, maybe all the players are on Bumble, but I would say Bumble's better quality because the type of men there, if you are a looks-based person, then Bumble's going to have a lot more more attractive men than Tinder.
That's not true. Bumble is completely oversaturated because it got a reputation for making women make the first move. So it's totally oversaturated, just like Tinder. There's really no difference between the two of those. Hinge is a little better, but as always, guys, don't use dating apps. Go outside and talk to women, please.
My opinion.
I have a question then for the panel. Those of you who were on Bumble, what was your typical opening line?
Hi.
Were you on Bumble?
Me? I would just comment something on their profile. I would just try to find something to start a conversation.
Okay.
I never been on Bumble.
Never had Bumble. What about you?
I tried it and I would just be like, howdy partner, with a cowboy emoji.
Okay.
I think I would just be like, make sure I had a lot of emojis, because that, if I'm excited and want to meet somebody new, I like emojis. So.
Ooh, red flag. No, it's just.
Why is
it's
emoji
like
a red flag?
Somebody, like, excessive emoji usage, it's kind of like, this person's crazy. You know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah.
I've
offense,
never
Laura.
had. Yeah. I've never
Never had Bumble.
Never had Bumble.
Okay, and Q, have you been on Bumble?
I did the when it first came out, it had the 24-hour free thing. I did like a little social experiment to see how many women would initiate. For 24 hours, I got like 33, 34 initiations, and then I cut it off after that. 'Cause
Is
I
it
just
a
wanted to
paid
see.
platform now, Bumble?
when I did it, it was.
Oh wow.
Well,
It's
I've heard
you had
that.
like a free trial or something like that in the beginning.
In my days, it was more. In my days, it was more. It was more so. It was just that you have 24 hours to send a message, and then they have 24 hours to
Well,
respond
oh,
to you, and
yeah,
then
yeah.
it went away. That match would essentially expire, and then you would just go on.
Yeah, it was something like that. It said 24 hours for something, so I only did it for 24 hours and
They
then
have
I
to
deleted
respond
it.
to you. You match, but they have to respond.
No,
to
it should be free. I don't know when you used it, but
It was like 3 years
they-
ago, 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't been on dating apps in a while, but
They're all free and they all have paid versions. That's the moral of the story.
I was on it for a decent amount of time, have a good amount of experience with it. It's been a while though, so I don't know what they've changed since then. My experience and what I've heard from a lot of men is that while yes, women do have to message first, and it was this, sometimes an ideal, like it makes sense, but then when it's actually in practice, it really doesn't achieve its aimed goal or what it's actually trying to achieve. So what often happened on Bumble, and what I assume still does happen on Bumble, is even though women have to send the first message, typically, and you mentioned your first message was hi, they would do what women hate on all the other dating apps, which is if a guy just says hi, a lot of women don't like that. It's low effort. Every other person's doing it. You don't stand out. My experience was, I want to say 95% of women would say something like hi, hey, what's up, how's it going, hey with 3 Y's, hi with 7 I's. It was always the same. And the same criticisms they'd have of men on other dating platforms where men had to initiate, women just repeated those same things that they took quarrel with on Tinder, Hinge, whatever. So what would often happen is, yes, the woman has to send the first message, they send a hi or an emoji or a waving face, whatever, and then they immediately, after the token amount of initiative that they've taken, they immediately push back all the other burdens of trying to make something happen right back onto the guy. So it didn't really achieve anything. It just made this token thing. The woman just says hi, boom, conversational burden right back on the guy, asking for the first date right back on the guy, getting the number right back on the guy, setting up the date right back on the guy, moving things forward from there right back on the guy. So it didn't really achieve anything, I think.
I think going
It
back,
wasn't empowering. It was just fake empowering.
I think the quality, like she was saying, is just a little bit better than Tinder, and then the mentality behind it, where people
Sure.
are just not going purely for hookups. It
Yeah, it
did
was
achieve
probably,
that.
I do think Bumble was a bit more, people were probably still on there doing casual sex and
Yeah.
stuff, but a little more or less hookup-y than Tinder.
I feel like women only do that if they don't really like you. Like if they like you, they're usually fine to take up part of the conversational burden or at least be like an active part of it. Maybe they just didn't like you, Brian.
And I would make the same argument for Hinge. Hinge took it a step forward, and it was a bit more serious than both Bumble and Tinder. But it's just always interesting to me, like the entire premise of this was like women taking ownership, initiating, but it's bogus.
Yeah, because it goes against their nature.
Because, okay, you say hi, and then you just immediately revert to what how you would have conducted yourself if the guy messaged you first. You just most women on Bumble would say hi, and then just immediately take the back seat anyways, and wait for the man to drive the entire rest of the conversation, wait for him to ask for a phone number, wait for him to set up the date. So...
That's because the premise of the app is stupid. Women shouldn't be making the first move pursuing the guy, especially on a dating app where both people are on there for a relationship or to start talking. If the guy knows that this girl is open because she's on this app, there's no excuse for him not to start the conversation.
Yeah, it's a shitty strategy. It's a shitty strategy that they built it on. They have a poor fundamental understanding of male and female differences when it comes to sexual pursuit. I mean, little lesson for y'all. the part of the brain that's responsible for sexual pursuit is 2.5 times larger.
But Brian's missing the entire point. The point wasn't for women to take over the conversational burden. It was so that they could quickly match like you do on any other dating app and then decide who they wanted to have converse with them instead of just getting inundated with crazy messages from people, which I could be solved by them being, you know, a little more discretionary with the swiping. But when you have like 3,000 likes or whatever it is most women have in their inbox, probably more, depends on the woman. That's just how it's going to go down. But Q's right. It's just, that's kind of like the natural order of things. It's just, it is what it is.
In men than women, and that's why we are the ones who typically initiate. And attraction is a lot more contextual for women as well, which is why even though they say hi, the burden of conversation falls back on men, because now men have to elicit an attractive response by saying something that engages the woman, letting the woman know something about him. He has to be able to basically hold a conversation. A lot of women say men can't hold conversations, so that's why the burden of conversation falls back on men. The woman says hi, the guy's like, oh, she's interested, and now, yep, it's right back on you, bro. You got to say something that makes me want to go out with you, or that makes me feel more interested in you, essentially, you know?
Yeah. But I'd actually be curious to ask the chat. Maybe Nick, can you show us the chat here? So for the viewers, those of you who had Bumble, would it more often than not be the case, or the majority of the time, would the women just go, hey, or some permutation thereof, and then would the...
All right, that's going to be it for this one. Yeah, of course, if the woman isn't super interested in you, she's just going to say hi. But I had plenty of women reach out to me with thoughtful, interesting opening lines when I used Bumble. If someone is interested in you, actually interested in you, not just kind of like, well, you know, let's talk to them, see how it goes. If they're actually interested in you, they're going to make an effort to like show you that they're actually interested in you. So thank you for pointing out a bunch of obvious things about dating apps, Brian and Q. As always, thank you for your service. I really hoped that title was going to lead to a more interesting clip, but here we are. All right, what else do we got?
So we're talking about...
Okay, so we have... I have no idea what this is going to be about. Oh, it's that cringy guy from Rattlesnake TV, right? What's his name? Jake, I think. And then a bunch of other people. Cool. This woman is allergic to logic. Okay, let's see what this logic is. Let's see how allergic she is. Let's see which woman it is. I have no idea which one it is. I don't know who any of these people are. They're probably just random people Brian found. But we are going to find out. Hopefully this one's more interesting.
Thing. So you said you rated yourself a 10 out of 10 in terms of physical...
Oh. Oh, he hates it when they do that. How dare you think that you are attractive? How dare you? The audacity. All right, let's watch Brian get butthurt about this.
Appearance. Do you think, like, so that's your own self-assessment? What do you think, like, is that...
That's how I feel about myself. I don't know about anybody else.
What do you think other people would rate you on average?
I guess it depends on the eyes that are seeing me.
Let's just say, like...
Because some people will be like, ooh, she's ugly, and other people will be like, oh my god, she's really pretty. So it just depends on the person.
Right, I'm saying an average, though. Like, if you had to average it.
I'd say if we were to average it, the best way to do that is a 5.
Not that...
I don't think she understood the question. But Okay.
Not that you're average, but
No,
like 100,000
people's
men
average. Because if
lined
I were
up.
to add up, you know, their ratings and then divide by how many people, that's an average.
Wait,
You know, it's
no, I'm
math.
saying, what would be the average of the people? Like if 100,000 people were to rate you,
Yeah, the average would be
it
5.
would be 5.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I don't
All
think
right.
so.
Well, that's a bit more fair. So then why if that's the assessment of what you think other people would rate you, why is there such a large discrepancy?
Because I recently went through a lot and I used to feel really ugly and disgusting, and now that I don't feel that way, I'm like, I'm cute. Like, I'm a 10. I don't care.
So I don't think this has anything, well, the ratings per se don't necessarily have any sort of attestment to yourself.
They don't really have anything to do with anything because attraction is extremely subjective. Extremely subjective.
Esteem and your confidence. You can be perfectly confident and also be realistic on your physical appearance.
Yeah, what other
See,
people
I feel like I'm doing
on that
both,
scale.
you know, confident and being realistic on my own view of myself. Other people's views, that's different, but me personally, that's how I see myself.
I think you're a 10.
Thanks.
You're a
I think
10.
you two are too, and yous are just scared to say it because you don't want to sound cocky.
It has nothing to do with being scared of
I
anything.
genuinely know I'm not a 10, and I'm
Yeah.
okay with that. I'm 32 years old.
What makes a person
Maybe-
a 10?
Why don't
The
you
most
think you're a
beautiful
10?
woman in the world is a 10.
They're not in America.
Okay, well,
They're in different
I'm just not
countries.
unrealistic.
Couldn't tell you where
I've
they are.
always been a realist. I just know what it is.
Is that girl in the pink shirt like wasted? It's possible.
It isn't it? I'm not.
I don't think there's any 10s. So.
Yeah, and beauty tends to
Okay.
operate on a bell curve
Yeah,
as well.
look-
When we
and rating women by their
so I
looks
was
is just
talking,
fucked
it's
up,
best if
so.
you don't talk when I'm talking. So
Yo, he is so cringy. So cringy.
if it operates on a bell curve, generally the majority of the population, 80 to 90% of the population, will generally sit between the 4 and 7 type mark. But then on the very outskirts, you've got your 9s and 10s, which is when Halle Berry was most beautiful woman in the world, for example, she might have been something like a 10. I think that Rihanna in Pond de Replay back in the day was a 10. That was my childhood crush. But yeah, these are what 10s are. And
Forehead's a little big on that one.
I don't know. Don't ruin it for me.
Damn.
We'll say 9. We'll say 9. But yeah, generally it's measured on a scale as well. You know, symmetry of the face and the shape of the eyes and the shape of the jaw, and then obviously like most women do not even have the ability to be a 10 even if they got surgery. So
Because they have to have a big butt or just a perfect butt.
well, they'd probably have a
What? First of all, this bell curve he's talking about, this whole thing is based off of there's a subreddit called True Rate Me, and it's basically a place where like incels go to neg attractive women and tell them that they're 4s and 5s. And they use this chart, this totally nonsensical chart. You know what? I'm going to find it. Ha, here it is. Okay. Oh, I can't zoom in on the picture? Seriously? Well, anyway, they use this crazy chart, and there's no 10s. This is 10s up here. There's no 10s at all. And then pretty much everyone from like 7 onward looks exactly the same. And the like only factor is basically facial symmetry. That's like the only factor that they use to rank everyone. It's actually insane. It makes no sense. And it really is not helpful or serve any purpose. But that's what Jake's referring to when he's talking about the bell curve. That's like the middle of that would be like the most people fall into the middle of that specific chart, which is nonsense.
pretty nice butt if they're a 10.
Like a juicy butt.
Well, I
Like
mean,
when you can
I
grab?
think on the universal standards, it would probably be more of like a cute butt.
A cute butt.
Yeah.
It's not a universal standard. It's a standard that one dude came up with. One very strange, very unattractive man.
Think Victoria's Secret
She's so
supermodels.
I gotcha.
Think how cute their bums are.
So do they have to be really skinny and
No thanks.
like barf all the time?
I would say that
Barf?
they would have to have a low body fat percentage for
Okay.
sure.
Like they have to be lean.
Yeah, lean, definitely. But if they're anorexic, then that's not attractive,
That's different.
obviously. But if they keep themselves in good shape and if they look healthy,
Yeah.
and if they look, virile and feminine, and absolutely.
I gotcha. Have you ever watched the Victoria's Secret documentary?
No, but I definitely should.
You definitely should. It's
There's
on
some
Netflix.
cute bums in there.
No, you should see what the girls had to go through. No, I haven't.
No thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
You risk it for greatness.
I mean, as far as the whole 10 thing, not going to rate you, but you're not a 10.
Well, that's how you feel.
Do you feel better now, Brian? Look at the face he's making. He's so mad that this woman thinks she's more attractive than Brian thinks she is. He's so mad.
Like I said, it's about how I feel.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys see me, but I see me better than that.
Yeah, but so where does, and the reason I push back on this, on the worldview, where does your delusion start interfering with your ability to find a partner?
I guarantee that it doesn't at all for her. Not at all. Never.
Well, I wasn't ever really looking for a partner whenever I went single last year. I was with 2 people consistently for 15 years, so I just wanted to
Wait,
be
you were
single.
You were with 2 people?
Not together at the same time. So from 16 to 20, I was with someone for
I
4
see.
years, and from 20 to 30, I was with someone for 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I wouldn't really call it a delusion. It's just how I see myself. I see myself in a confident, positive light now,
Okay.
and I like it.
I have a question for you. If I sat here,
Oh,
can I ask you? I mean, I'm actually fine for you to rate me. Do you think I'm a 10?
In my personal opinion, no.
That's totally fine. I don't think I'm a 10 either. But so, you I'm trying to remember
But that's my
where
opinion.
I was
Someone else
going
might
with
see
it.
you as a 10.
So, but you saying
Perhaps.
you're a 10 essentially is saying that you have nothing about yourself that you can improve on.
Physical, I mean, I would probably get bigger boobs, maybe a smaller nose, but I am like Indian, so.
So we're down to a 9 now.
Huh?
We're down to a 9 maybe now.
Well, I mean, if you wanna chop it down like that, yeah. I guess so, huh?
Who cares?
Well, it's interesting though. It's like
She just explained that she spent the better part of her entire life in 2 long-term relationships. So her understanding of her or her self-assessment has clearly not interfered with her dating life at all.
do you think all women are 10s?
It depends on how they see themselves. I don't personally, but that's my opinion.
Uh-huh.
Like, of course, we all
Well,
think
so
some
why-
people are
Can you
attractive,
move the
some
microphone
aren't.
so you speak to it?
Yeah.
Wait, but so actually, I don't know if that was the
Oh yeah.
right call, but
Or move over, yeah.
Scooch my.
yeah, now you need to move it. Now you got to move it back. Okay. Well, so why are you able to hold the position that your own self-assessment of yourself is you're a 10, but you just don't blanket give every single woman, like why are you able to analyze a woman's face and determine, well, she's not a 10, she's a 9 or 8, but when it comes to your own self-perception, it's a 10.
Because it's how you see people. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. You know?
No, but it seems to me that you can do an analysis of someone's attractiveness and beauty. You were able to do it with me, for example. You said I think you said 5 or whatever.
I didn't give a number.
Oh, you didn't give a number, but you said I'm not a 10, right? So you were able to assess that I'm not a 10. You were. It sounds like you're able to assess other women aren't a 10. So if you're able to make determinations based on how their face looks, their body looks, why are you incapable of doing that for yourself?
I think I do.
Am I a 10? Do you think I am?
You're like a 15. You are fine, girl. You're fine.
Okay.
Also, just
Okay,
from
alright.
the male perspective as well, I know that girls often do this to say, oh, I'm confident in myself, I'm a 10. It's very unattractive from a guy's perspective. And just from my perspective, for example, generally, I think that one of the most attractive things about a woman is when she knows how to project love outwards. And when you have this constant self-aggrandizement of, I'm a 10, I'm this, I'm that, and it's this self-centeredness, that's actually quite unattractive, because we really like a woman who knows how to nurture and love and give
Yeah.
rather than just focusing on the self too much.
Well, then.
Hey, Craig, no worries. So far, we haven't really struck gold with these episodes. They've been kind of boring. The clip titles usually they lead to something interesting. So far, Like, this woman is allergic to logic. That's not really what this clip is about. This is just them being butthurt about this girl calling herself a 10. But, you know, whatever.
That makes sense whenever someone's being cocky about it versus being like humble or, you know, just being genuinely honest how they feel.
Yeah. Humility is an important quality.
Well, she was asked to.
Yeah.
Well, modesty is.
What would she rate herself?
Modesty is related to femininity.
I was asked and I was genuine about my honest opinion.
Okay. So, do you think you're on par with the most beautiful women in the world then?
No, because the most beautiful women in the world on a scale of 1 to 10 are like 30s, 50s. They passed the scale.
I mean, that's not really how math works.
So
on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 would be absolute max.
So your 30 is literally the 10.
I'm not a 30. Like, if on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, she's
If
like
anybody
a
wanted a
15.
textbook definition of what it means to move the goalposts,
So it has to be 1 to 10 only.
Yeah.
1 to 10 only.
move the whole field.
10 is maximum most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, no worries, boss. I'll see you later. You have a good one.
100th percentile is what it is.
Okay, well, that's not the way I was looking at it.
So even 30 out of 30 is also 100
30 out of
percentile.
30 is a little high.
Okay, but-
I can understand how it seems the same because it's on 1 to 10, but I see it as there's certain people that pass that 10.
But it's
just
literally
hard
impossible
because
to
I never
pass.
looked at it that
It would
way.
be
It's
impossible.
All right, that's enough of that one. It is basically just the same thing over and over again. The attraction is subjective. This objectivity of attraction is just so boring. Like, nobody interacts with the world like this. Like, giving the woman you walk by numerical values. Like, it's just crazy. We just don't do that. That's like stuff people do in high school. So that was a lot of the, we've seen a clip like this before where they just whine about the rating system. Let's see if we can get a more interesting title. Okay, this is an interesting title. She dated a 17-year-old serial killer. It's a short one. I'm curious. I feel like it's clickbait because they're all clickbait, but let's give it a shot. Let's see what's going on
Madeline,
here.
all right, you said
She dated a 17-year-old serial killer. Oh, we got an Andrew episode. Do we know anyone else? No. Oh, but I think we've seen a clip from this episode before. I recognize this person. I recognize this area from another clip. But okay, let's see. Who's he talking to? I wonder who dated a serial killer.
Now I think this is an interesting one. Your first boyfriend. Do you want to tell us the story
so
there
that
of your
girl.
first boyfriend?
I mean, I can, yeah.
Yeah, do it.
It's just silly. Okay, so my first boyfriend in high school was, he was a little older than me. He was like 17. We met at a party. I sadly lost my virginity to him. And, you know, just for some context, back then I was not the best version of myself. You know, I wasn't doing things that were good for me. I didn't have a great relationship with Christ.
You don't have to explain yourself. Relax. Only Brian and Andrew are judging you. It's fine.
Even so, that wasn't, you know, dictating my life. But yeah, I lost my virginity to him at a party, and we started dating after that. It was not a good relationship, needless to say. He was a fighter. Found out after. He said, I don't know if this is true, but he claimed that he had killed multiple people. That was
Wait, a 17-year-old?
I know.
Wait, was he gang? Was he in a gang?
Yes, he was in a gang.
I'm calling Cap. I mean, maybe if he was in a gang, but I'm still, I don't know. I'm calling Cap.
I mean, I lived in Ohio, if that says
The rough
anything.
gangs out there in
I mean,
Ohio.
I don't know, in certain parts.
Columbus?
But at the same time, he could have been lying. I
Columbus?
definitely think that he could have been lying. But I know that he would get into fights a lot of the time, and he would go red. He would say blackout.
You saw him fight people?
I never saw it.
But
never
I
saw
didn't spend too much time
Did
with
you ever see him with a black eye or his knuckles all fucked up?
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
but I don't know how it actually played
Out in the backyard punching trees. Yeah.
out because I was
He
never
killed,
there.
how many people did he say he killed?
He never told me the number.
He said multiple, though.
He said multiple.
17-year-olds?
I know.
I mean, if
really
he's
don't
in a
believe it.
gang, like, it's possible, but, like, what? I don't know. It's a bit dubious, but okay. So,
I don't
and
know.
then what happened with your brother with him?
Oh, so my oldest brother, basically, the guy was threatening to fight my brother. And so he pulled up to fight my brother, and my brother ran out with a machete to scare him away. And that was the
Okay.
last time I ever saw him.
Okay.
Okay, so he's killed multiple people at 17, but her brother chases him once with a machete and he's never heard from or seen again. Obvious clickbait title. Obviously, this kid was just lying to her.
And you were how old?
What
again
a boring
when you
clip
met
to
him?
make. You know what? I'm not even going to give this clip the validation of more watch time than the 2 minutes and 19 seconds we've been watching it for. Oh, I really hope that one would be real. All right, let's see. Let's see. What other crazy titles do we have here? She calls Brian misogynistic for this. Okay. Maybe he is.
We were starting to talk about misogyny, and it was your view that this podcast is misogynistic.
I think he's pretty careful to like walk the line of like kind of just being butthurt and not quite misogynistic, but the chat is definitely misogynistic. Those dudes are insane.
Is that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I think that a lot of the conversations surround discrediting misogyny and essentially criticizing women on a hypercritical lens. I mean, I'm not saying specifically you, but I would say, as you were saying, with the mass implication of media, I do think a lot of commenters or a lot of conversations are sparked in misogyny because it is a controversial topic. And it's a topic that can be very reactionary for women.
Well, didn't you, when I asked the question earlier, didn't you just outright say, yeah, I think the podcast is misogynistic?
I was reading from what I had said a year ago, and the notion that
didn't you tell my staff that the podcast, Nick, did she?
I said I was blocked on Instagram because I called that podcast misogynistic.
I don't even think in your original messages, did you even say misogynistic?
Yes, I did.
I think
If you
said
wanna pull it up
exploitation.
again.
We could pull it up again really quick, just so I can scan it. Nick. I mostly zoned in on exploitation. There's a lot of exploit.
Well, I mean, yeah, he specifically picks people that have no debate experience, barely any real world experience. They're usually like a handful of them are usually like from the college town that the show is in. It obviously exploits a certain dynamic between like the people on the left are always like Brian, who asks the same questions every single time, so he has lots of practice. I'm pretty sure this blonde girl is like a conservative YouTuber podcaster who like also has a lot of experience with confrontational conversations. And then the rest of these are just like regular people. So obviously they're not going to be ready and have all the facts like right on the tip of their tongue for these conversations. So is it exploitation? I don't know. Is he kind of taking advantage of a method that gets him like clicks and views and stuff? Yeah, probably.
Exploitation, young women, women of color, it's up. I don't know if I saw an accusation of actual
regardless,
misogyny.
I'm sure my prospect of downplaying the woman experience was centralized around misogyny. Yes, that's correct.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think you indicated either behind the scenes, in messages, or even on the show that you view the podcast, I don't know if it's myself, as misogynistic.
She literally just said that she views the chat as misogynistic, which is true. They say crazy, crazy things. They pay hundreds of dollars to say absolutely insane things.
Yes.
And then I think you did too.
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
yes.
can I ask you like, sorry, can I ask you like a question and you
Oh, I do know who that is. She's actually okay. She might be able to push back on this a little bit.
respond to it, engage with it like in good faith and so genuine?
Well, allow me to ask a couple of my questions first, but you think that the
Short answer, no, he can't.
podcast is misogynistic.
I believe that you benefit from misogyny, and I think that it has
benefit
misogynist.
from misogyny.
Well, here's my question. I'm just going to ask it.
Well, hold on. I'm in the middle of
Well, you asked me a question. My question
conversational
is a
thread.
response to what you just asked. Why do you think it is that every person who sends you money is saying something misogynistic if you don't benefit from
Are you
misogyny?
new to the internet? Like, do you realize how when you have anonymity and you have
They don't post anonymously, though. A lot of them, him and Andrew know who they are. Some of them post and their picture of their face comes up next to their comment. Like, they pay money so that everyone knows that it's them saying the message. Like, she's not talking about like the live chat that just flies by the screen. She's talking about the people that send in super chats and stuff. Like, this is all obvious, Brian.
have just total on YouTube, these are all anonymous people. Super toxic. I don't co-sign. I even said I
You might
disavow
not
some of their
co-sign, but I'm
statements.
asking why. I mean, none of it's like, say,
Look.
anti-Semitic. None of it's like other isms that we could do with our anonymity. It's all sexism and misogyny. So why do you think those people are watching you and sending you money, if not you benefiting from misogyny and stoking that for your own personal benefit?
Well, I think you're making a lot of assumptions there
No,
that
I
are
mean,
not
you can
based
look
in
and you can
reality
read
at
the
all.
You can read the comments and say they're misogynist. If you say they're not, that doesn't make
we're
them
doing
not.
a live-
Fine, then all the commenters who comment on your behalf are misandrous then.
Sure, go for it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
Well-
that makes a lot of sense, right?
So, again,
Who comments on her behalf? The people paying money to Brian send in crazy sexist and misogynistic comments all the time. If he actually disavowed those comments, he would ban those people from chat. But he doesn't ban those people from chat because he wants their money. So he literally profits off of the thing that he says he disavows. Sorry, that's not a disavowment.
everything's anonymous. As a man, I don't know how to take responsibility for what other people say. So I can have a conversation about
You ban them from chat. That's how.
the things that I discuss on the podcast, but I can't be like, I don't know how to be responsible for what somebody else says, especially somebody who says it anonymously. So
I didn't say you were responsible for it, but I think you benefit from it and you intentionally engage with those comments and you stoke that kind
so
of discord.
did you say you consider yourself a feminist?
I do.
Okay, so you benefit from a misandrist system. Now, I'm
disagree
one
with that.
podcast. You were talking about systemic. What was the other word you used? There's systemic, and then there was another word. I'm trying to remember.
Institutional?
Institutional. So I have one podcast. You're a feminist. I have absolutely no power compared to the absolute Goliath that is feminism. You're laughing. Every single university in this country has a feminist studies program, a women's studies program, a gender studies program. Every single universities, all these universities are systems, and these systems have $100 million endowments. That's what I'm up against.
A right-winger was just elected president, and Gen Z has been trending right. So, what is this Goliath you're fighting, Brian, here alone in your corner of the internet, making hundreds of dollars from psychotic super chats?
You guys have all the power. Feminism has all the power. It has infiltrated all the institutions of higher education, government, media, corporations. Do you think my message is the mainstream? I'm the counterculture.
No, I don't think
I'm the counterculture. You, as a feminist, possess all the systemic and institutional power in this country.
I would disagree with that. I think that's
How is that
inane.
conceived in government, in media, in corporations, in the higher education system? Feminism has 100% control. It is the status quo. How can you sit here and say that? And feminism preaches an absolutely man-hating ideology. The core tenet of feminism is the patriarchy theory, which in my view is a absurd conspiracy theory.
What would you say the patriarchy theory is?
I mean, there's different definitions of it. It's this idea that men hold all the power, women are precluded from having any power, and that men as a class are oppressors and women are the oppressed. If that's what you're teaching people in these systems, in this systems of education, you're teaching women to have absolute contempt and hatred towards men. If you're teaching women that they are oppressed and that men are the fault of that and that men are the oppressors, you hold all the cards, you hold all the power.
So what do you think we should be teaching women?
Well, I think that the first thing is that if you experience any sort of ridicule whatsoever from a dynamic, that you don't disparage them. Instead, you hear what they have to say. In this particular case, Brian points out something which is very interesting. Who holds the institutional powers? At the incel or the feminist? You tell me.
I would say that incels do not hold any institutional power, but I would say this is also getting away from my original question, which was, I mean, I guess it's not a question, it's more of a statement. You benefit from misogyny. It doesn't matter who has the institutional power.
You benefit also from misogyny. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here right now.
I benefit from misogyny?
You must, because your claim here is that a bunch of misogynists are having you on to spread your message.
That's not why he had her on. He had her on to try to dunk on her worldview as much as he could. Like, that's not why he has these girls on. And Andrew knows this.
I mean, I guess in that way I do benefit from it, but then
I guess you do. I guess you benefit from all this misogyny.
So you admit that he
crazy,
also benefits from it. He also benefits from it, right?
I don't even know what that argument is, though.
I'll let you reclaim.
It's the money they send you. That's the argument. They send you tons of money. She's not making any of that money. None of them are making any of that money. He might give them like a stipend to come on the show. I think I've heard that somewhere. But you make the money from the chats that you allegedly disavow, but it's the same chatters every time, and they're not really anonymous. You and Andrew know who most of them are. I know this. If you really disavowed them, you'd ban them from chat. If they were saying things that you disavow, you'd ban them from chat. You have moderators. Your moderators in chat say the same crazy crap the rest of your chat says.
Classify the word to.
You mean like how Matt Dillahunty has dumbass Christians on the dunk on Christianity? Matt Dillahunty's kind of weird. I don't really like follow him that much. Bro, are you mad? No one's sending you money. My channel is brand new and I do this for fun. I make plenty of money at work. Thank you.
Misogyny, as long as you say that a bunch of patriarchist misogynists are benefiting you by allowing your message to go out to them. Go ahead and say that for us, if you don't mind.
The thing is, my message is not going out to a sympathetic crowd right now. I mean, you can see who's watching and who's sending money. No one who's listening is going to... I didn't know what this podcast was when they invited me on. I was invited on 2
hang on,
2
that's
hours
also incorrect,
beforehand.
just so you know. Hang on, let me just give you some framing. I understand what you're framing.
I have a brand new channel with like 40 subscribers. What on earth would I need a moderator for? If someone says something crazy in my chat, I just ban them myself.
Is steel manning it back. Hey, I understand, but I'm in a hostile crowd. But you're really not. You might be in a hostile crowd right now with the chat, which is currently right here. However, millions of people will likely see the clips that come off of this podcast, and you will get a sympathetic ear from that. And I also don't buy that you didn't know what this podcast was.
I didn't.
I'm sure that you seem like you're the type who's diligent and does your research. Are you not that kind?
I don't watch podcasts. I don't know.
You don't? So you just agree blindly to just whatever anybody offers you?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, wait, yes?
No.
Did you just say yes?
Would you like to move on, or would you like me to respond?
No, I would like to just finish this real quick. I'm almost done.
Okay,
You don't
Andrew.
mind.
All right.
That was a joke. I don't actually.
No, okay, you don't actually. So you didn't do any of your
Excuses. I'm the moderator. That's who they are. It's me. I'm the moderator.
due diligent research before going on a podcast. You didn't have no idea what was going to happen. You had no idea that this was a dating podcast
Andrew,
where it's an adversarial relationship between the males and the females. You had no clue.
No, it was marketed as a dating podcast, but I kind of just did it because it sounded fun. I mean, the fact that it's hostile is...
Go ahead, final thing, and I'll go.
I was just going to say, I'm not saying that, you know, so this is what you do, this is your... My only point was that you benefit from people's misogynistic viewpoints, and if that makes me benefiting from it too,
you do
sure.
too as well, right?
Sure, on this day I'm benefiting from it, but only one of us has the podcast and does it continually. I'm just a guest benefiting from it on this day.
How could you blame a bunch of misogynist, patriarchist lunatics
Andrew,
for promoting
can you center, please?
Okay.
No, can you center?
No, yeah. How can you blame a bunch of evil misogynists for allowing you to get your message out there? Does that sound like misogyny?
I mean, yeah, because they're benefiting from the misogynists who are watching.
But you're also benefiting from the misogyny.
I already admitted.
Do I want a medal? What color?
To that, sure. Today I'm making money from it.
How is this even a criticism then?
I don't even
Wouldn't this mean that misogyny was good? Wouldn't that mean misogyny is good if you're benefiting from it?
I don't even really understand.
Doc Vinably donated $200. To paraphrase Rush Limbaugh, the Whatever podcast is equal time pushing back against the systemic misandry of feminism. Evidence, The Boy Crisis by Farrell.
That's not a complete sentence.
Very well put, Doc Vinablis.
Not very well put.
Okay.
I just think it's weird that it seems like
he is after he destroyed an entire culture of progressive scumbags.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's true.
Can you hear me?
Another.
Can you hear me?
Devon Jackson donated $200. As someone who's sent as much if not more money to this podcast than anyone, I can assure you I've never said anything misogynistic, so from the bottom of my heart, fuck you. The individual, not the woman.
So, okay, you're saying that I benefit, but what is really, thank you, Davon, I don't really understand your argument here, because, like, let's say, for example, Joe Biden received political contributions from a, like, radical feminist group that hates men.
Which he does.
Sure. Like, does that mean that just because he receives the support of a radical group that he necessarily, and look, I don't want to get into Joe Biden's views on shit, but does that mean that he co-signs those views because he has received?
Jim Bob. Oh, hey, Jim Bob. I would do debates, depending on the topic. There's some topics that are boring, not really interesting, but...
the support of said group, and we've seen this a lot from Trump, where Trump will get But
I'm brand new, so like there's nothing you would find on me debating like live yet, if that's what you're asking.
Endorsement from somebody who's a radical in some way, and then that is somehow it must mean it's a reflection on Donald Trump's precise political views and ideology, when that's not the case. So I'm just not really sure what your argument is.
I didn't say you were co-signing it. That your own opinions on women are your own, but my only argument is that you're benefiting
Grid
from it
1
financially.
Motorsports donated $200.
Okay.
I rebuke the claim of misogyny. However, I will call stupid and would prefer brutal honesty to comfortable lies. I can see why you would not. The patriarchy is here to help you, not Brixton.
Thank you, Grid 1 Motorsports.
Why do they all call him Brixton? If someone could answer me that one in the chat, that I have no idea.
Appreciate it. Okay, so you view the podcast as anyone here else think the podcast is misogynistic?
I don't really watch it, so I am not able
Do
to
you?
determine that.
Look, I just want to say this and I'll make it quick. I find it weird that a lot of your audience seems to either, I wouldn't say that they hate women, but
Okay.
it's like women that do like OnlyFans or like sex work, and then they pay a lot of money just so they can like insult women. And that's odd to me. I'm not saying what everyone else at the table is saying, but I'm saying that that is
Okay,
weird
I'm
and it's negative.
Exclude the viewers, exclude the audience of the things that are discussed on the podcast. Do you view the podcast as misogynistic?
No.
Okay, but
It's a typo from Discord. Oh, so it's Brian's fault. Got it. Because I've seen that like a lot of times.
you two do. So I have a question. You use the word. How do you split, please? Ooh, okay. How do you define misogyny?
I would say that it's not opinion based, rather the instigating of anti-woman concepts. So anytime you ask a question, there's kind of an automatic rebuttal. So you're going into it of, oh well, women should do this but shouldn't do this, and women should feel this way but they feel this way, or putting words into everyone's mouths, I think kind of promotes this idea of misogyny. Obviously it's a blanket term, and
The last feminist on whatever had a 150 IQ. Actually, that was 2 feminists ago. And what happened to her? Oh yeah, one of her viewers had to bail her out monetarily so she could leave the debate. And now I think she's like suing Brian, and she had to take a week off from work. That was sad.
I do feel as it was overused, and I apologize.
Jim Bob's that really you? I won't speak for Jim Bob, but that is his title and the picture, and I'm pretty sure that's Jim Bob. So that's cool. Hey, Jim Bob.
But I do think to some capacity benefiting off of the hatred, or
You're not answering the question.
okay, my
How
perspective
do you
of
define
I define
misogyny?
This is the problem with all this. This is a problem with the word misogyny, the word feminism, the word misandry, that they don't mean anything. They all have this massive amount of baggage attached to them. So even if they did mean something, it's pointless to use them in conversation. Like, you have to be, if you're going to make a criticism of the podcast, you have to be really, really specific. And I've seen this happen quite a few times where they'll come on and they'll have criticisms for the podcast, but they don't, first of all, they never have an actual example. Like, literally just write down an example like on your hand so that when he asks you for one, you actually have one. Like, you wrote a whole email about how horrible the podcast is, and you don't have one example. You can't define misandry. It's just, it's insane.
misogyny as expressing hatred toward
I'm not sure we actually agree on all. Oh, you're talking to Jim Bob. I'll answer anyway. But probably libertarianism. That last guy you debated didn't seem to know a goddamn thing about the net. Yeah, I actually saw the debate about rights against that guy, and that was. I actually didn't see the whole thing because it was just becoming circular because he couldn't understand what Jim Bob was saying at all. That was unfortunate.
towards women from a gender standpoint rather than an objective.
I mean, the basis of his understanding of rights is fundamentally flawed anyway, so he would never have gotten there anyway. But, you know, it is what it is.
Opinion or material matter, such as hating on a woman for how she looks, telling a woman that she is incompetent.
Am I a fan of whatever? Not really. I think it's very interesting to watch. So define fan. Like, I mean, I watch movies and like I don't like identify with the characters, but like I think they're interesting to watch. So like this is very interesting to watch. I don't really meet women or men that think like the way the chat thinks and Brian thinks and the way that these women think like in actual real life. Like I just this whole thing doesn't seem like an accurate representation of how like people really interact in the outside world. It just that's not my experience out in the world. Um and there's like sort of merit to both sides, like right with this clip in particular. So like Brian is keeps saying he doesn't benefit from any of this stuff, but he literally financially benefits from bringing on low quality debaters who aren't debaters at all. So even calling them debaters is crazy. And trying to just dunk on their worldview, which if you have a podcast and the point of your podcast is to get your worldview out over a different worldview, then that makes sense. So I understand what he's doing. When he denies it like this, it's kind of weird because it's obvious that that's what he's doing. Like everyone can see that that's what he's doing. He'll bring on someone with a ton of experience, like this girl over here, the with the green shirt, and then these other people have absolutely no experience arguing this stuff at all, and that's just like that's obvious. Even some of the one-on-one debates, like that Kylie Brewer girl, the 150 IQ girl, I don't think there's no way she's ever done a debate in her life. She interrupted the opening statement twice. She almost rage quit within like 60 seconds. Like, and that was supposed to be like a more formal one-on-one. Like, you couldn't have found anybody better than that. Like the girl from a few nights ago, Naima, she was a little bit better. She actually like was present for the whole conversation. Her understanding of philosophy pretty much fell apart after like the first probably like 40 minutes. Once they left just talking about voting and moved into philosophy, it just completely fell apart. But at least she was like there, you know?
Competent or dumb, more based.
Whatever will have anyone that doesn't flake and cancel, that's true. And if people do flake and cancel, I'm pretty sure he just goes and finds like random college girls off the street who have no idea what they're walking into. Because I've definitely seen some where there's girls there and they just have no clue what's going on. And then sometimes they'll try to give pushback, but like they weren't prepared for this. It's just like they don't know what's going on.
But if she is it misogynistic then to tell an incompetent person they're incompetent? Not that I've done that, but
is it an opinion?
He does take requests to come on the show. He also reaches out to some women to have them come on the show. And then if they need to fill seats, I'm pretty sure he just sends one of his like assistants outside because they live in like a college town. So there's always like random girls walking around.
Dick Big Energy donated $200. Would happily support a podcast that's promoting celibacy, virginity, and lifetime godly marriages. We're supporting because we...
All right, this clip is getting pretty circular, so we're gonna scroll through these titles and try to find something a little more interesting, something a little more clickbaity. Let's see. Let's see. Talked about the voting thing enough yesterday. Yeah, the street polls. That's right, Wolf Council. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. A woman who's experienced this is effed for life. That's an interesting title. Let's check that one out.
You said you wanted to speak on having multiple sexual partners before marriage as opposed to being a virgin. What did you mean by that? What did you want to speak on specifically?
All right. That's a different conservative girl. I don't remember what her name is. Oh, you're talking about the debate with Andrew Wilson? Yeah, I did see part of that. That was hilarious. How long did he even make it? I didn't watch the beginning of the debate. But yeah, he floundered like immediately. Okay. Do we know anyone? Do we know anyone here? I'm pretty sure this blonde girl is a different political pundit. What? Oh, is that no. Isabella? I'm probably getting that wrong.
On that.
Oh gosh. Well, there's so many ways that I can go. There's two ways that I can go with this. I think that, to your point,
the show attracts clout chasers and trolls as well. Yes, it definitely does. Honestly, I've seen some of the troll rage quit kick out compilations, and they're pretty good. They're like obvious trolls. It's like, I understand why they're doing it, because they're like butthurt about the podcast, which honestly, Brian's kind of butthurt about women in general. So like, I get it. It's like headbutting butthurtness, but personally, I don't see the merit. Like, if I was, not that I would get invited because I'm a male, but if I was to go on here and give pushback, I definitely wouldn't troll, because it just makes your worldview look so bad when you do that. It's the same thing if you like the Kylie girl who just doesn't know how to debate at all, and obviously never watched a single Andrew Wilson debate before she showed up to try to hold her own against him, which was just silly to do that. It just makes your worldview look bad, you know? Like, why do that? It's almost better if you go there and you at least put forward like a strong front, and you get some things wrong, and maybe you don't have all the information. Maybe you lose a few of the arguments. It's almost better to do that than to go on and like troll and make a fool of yourself and rage quit and throw a fit and a tantrum and all that. Yeah, it's a little butthurt for everyone, you know? Butthurt all around. Why not?
I wouldn't. How did you phrase it? You wouldn't.
You wouldn't
purchase a car without test driving it. Yes. And so, for me at least, I feel like my sexual compatibility, my sexual chemistry is.
Kylie does debates on TikTok though. Dude, those are not debates. Those are mute button festivals. Those are absolutely not debates. When you're just muting each other the whole time, like, I don't think those count as like a face-to-face debate where you can't mute the other person, you can't close the live, you can't have like your little horde just come on and join in. Like, yeah, it's just, ugh, those are the worst. You know who does that crap? Is that Parker and Dean duo of doom. They're always just, literally every time I've seen them debate someone, even if it was someone being super respectful, they're just muting all the time so that they can talk and the other person can't. It's actually like bullshit.
Very quintessential to having a really strong relationship, and you don't know, you could have the most amazing loving connection with somebody, but you cannot predict how you will.
Oh, and I don't know if Jim Bob's still watching, but I saw your comment pop up in my notifications, and I'll answer it when I'm done streaming.
Engage with them sexually until you have crossed that line. And I've dated a number of people who I thought I have this amazing relationship with them, I have this amazing connection with them, and then I sleep with them and it's just not there. And it's not necessarily awful, but it's just not what I was expecting.
Well, so
Okay, so what she's talking about, this is a myth. This idea that like you sleep with somebody once and then you like know if you're going to have like a lifelong good sexual compatibility with them. It's just a myth. The first time you sleep with somebody is going to be the worst of all the times you sleep with them most of the time. Almost anyone can like build that over time, and that's not the most important part of a relationship. So if it takes a little bit longer to build that part of the relationship, that's okay. This like you have to test drive the car before you get married to it. That's a myth. Would I debate Brian if I ever had the chance? Yeah. Depending on the specific topic. There's a couple of topics that I wouldn't want to debate just because they're really boring, like abortion. Like I wouldn't want to debate abortion. That's just so boring. There's probably a couple others, but yeah, I would debate anyone.
For you to consider a guy for a long-term relationship, does he have to be the best sex you've ever had?
Oh no, not at all. But
Okay.
I don't want to have a virgin.
You wouldn't want to date a virgin. Okay.
No,
but isn't that okay? Let's say
there.
he's not a virgin though. But the first, well, okay. Actually, question for the whole table here, because maybe look, I think we can all agree. Sometimes you don't always put forth your best performance all the time, and maybe that's the first time, right? If the first time was bad, would that just be just instantly not going to see them a second time?
No.
You'll give them a second chance.
Yeah.
You know,
a lot of times they can be nervous and it just doesn't work out.
Oh, there you go. That's reasonable. Okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah, but if you do it like a few times, they're gonna figure it out, and it's gonna be cool. Like this whole thing is just a myth. It's just not true. It's like a incredibly short-sighted view on like how sex works.
I agree with Coke Dick. Yeah, I agree now.
Ugh, debating against libertarianism is so annoying because my nap. Need my nap. Well, go take a nap then. All right.
Depends.
First time, not so great.
It could be really bad. It could be really, really bad. I've had that happen.
And would you still give another chance or?
No.
Into the mic. First time, really? What if they were nervous?
Yes. Yes. If they were nervous.
I think marriage ought to be a 20-year contract with renewal options and cancellation penalties. I could definitely see some kind of cancellation penalties depending on the type of cancellation, like infidelity or abuse or something like that. Or like if you're the one that initiates it and you wanted to do like a prenup that says like whoever initiates the divorce doesn't really like get as much in the divorce if it comes to that or something like that. Fun fact, the marriage statistics that I've seen of like whether or not the marriage like lasted or not, how they count those statistics, a lot of them only go up to 10 years. So it's not even like, they don't even measure them like for life. I just thought that was a interesting thing I found the other day.
But like I've had scenarios where it's the first time and they did horribly bad and it was just
Okay. Well, and then
Yeah, like give it a fair shot.
a couple times.
Yeah.
So I'm re-waiting for marriage. I'm not a virgin
Re-waiting. All right, good for you.
at the moment, but in the past, I would be very gracious for the first time.
In the past, okay, gracious. All right, Natalie, what about you?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Hold on. I must have misunderstood what she just said.
Yeah.
So I'm rewaiting for marriage. I'm not a virgin at the moment, but in the past, I would be very gracious for the first time.
In the past, okay, gracious.
What does she mean by she would be gracious for the first time? I have... What? What does that mean?
All right, Natalie, what about you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. Wait, so
Wait, was
Oh, Natalie, that's her name. That's right.
that a yes to you wouldn't sleep with them again?
Has said, yeah.
okay. Wait, so you were saying though that you want to test drive the car, and if the sex isn't, but isn't look, isn't that something you can work on?
Yes and no. So for example, I married my husband. I was incredibly in love with him, thought he was the love of my life.
Oh wait, your husband was not good in bed?
Let me get to it.
Okay.
So thought he was the love of my life. We had dated for off and on for 7 years before we got married.
Yeah.
And I was 1,010% confident, convinced that this was my person. I had found him. I loved him intrinsically, inside and out, faults and all. I ignored the red flags in the relationship, meaning
Wait, you ignored the red...
Ticky tacky, I wonder why the algorithm brought me here. Hi, Jim Bob. It might be Jim Bob. Also, Jim Bob hasn't been in chat until today. And my lives have been getting thrown in the algorithm a little bit more over like the last 3 or 4 lives. So it could be a combination. The channel is very, very brand new. So
flags to the guy you married?
Because I was so in love with him and the idea of marrying him, because I loved him and I was willing to overlook things, specifically the sexual dynamic, the sexual chemistry that we had or didn't have.
What was lacking?
I'm sure everybody at this table can have an experience where you have had partners where you just naturally click with them. There's just a connection, there's an energy between you, and it just works. And then you can be with another partner where you may get along with them really well, but the sexual dynamic is not there. And there's no way of making it work. There's no amount of counseling, there's no amount of practicing that you could do to fix it. And that's where I fell short with my husband. I loved him, but I didn't have that intrinsic part that you need with a partner that makes it different from every other relationship that you have.
Wait, you guys were married for 5 years, was it?
No. So we dated from the time I was 23 to 30.
honestly, it sounds like she just got a dud. Some guys are just duds. He just couldn't figure it out. Maybe he didn't try that hard. I don't know. I don't know how you can't figure that out. I have no ability to even comprehend that. Like, if you're doing it on the reg, I don't know. I don't know how you end up there.
30 off and on. It wasn't
Oh,
one
it was an
period
off
of
and
time.
on again
It was an off and on relationship.
And then you did get married, though.
I'm not understanding the title still, though. A woman who's experienced this, all caps, is effed, all caps, for life. Maybe we haven't gotten to that part yet. I don't think we're going to watch this entire clip because they're just kind of circling the drain on this one micro topic. But maybe it'll pick up in a minute. I want a 9-hour debate against Andrew Wilson. My position is P. Diddy did absolutely nothing wrong. Good luck with that. It will probably take you 9 hours to flesh that position out. So, what do you think Kylie is suing Brian for exactly? Dude, I have no idea. Yeah, Godspeed. It must be some kind of emotional damage, because I don't think he breached the contract. Technically, she breached the contract by leaving early. Or I don't know. If anyone breached the contract, it was probably her. But she did get paid anyway by one of her fans. So maybe it could be emotional damage, and like in combination with the fact, I'm pretty sure I heard that she took a week off from work because of emotional damage. But I don't know enough about the law in regards to like civil suits. I can't even think of how she would get that through court. Like, it just doesn't even make sense.
We got married, and we were married for
You got
a year
married
and a
and
half.
then off.
The reason
Okay.
why I was so hell-bent on marrying him is because for the longest time he wasn't ready or didn't want to commit to me. So and that's the reason why we would always break up, is because I wanted to be in this committed relationship, but he was not willing to give me that. So I would break up with him, and then we would get back together, and
How
again
many
and again.
times was it
Oh gosh,
off and on?
a lot. He moved a couple
10
times.
10 times less?
Maybe 5.
5 times.
Yeah.
Who would reinitiate?
I think me, because I just
You?
I
Wait,
loved
you would
him
break
so
up
much.
and you would
Yes.
reinitiate?
Yes. I just loved him so much. I just couldn't let him go because I was
But-
convinced that he was my person, and I was just willing to make the sacrifice of maybe not getting everything that I wanted at the time.
But you eventually got married.
hmm
Who initiated the divorce?
It was mutual.
It was mutual.
hmm
I
I
don't.
think we were both unhappy for different reasons.
She's just proving women can be so fragile they should probably stay in the kitchen. I don't know about that. She's the only one that totally and completely crashed out like that. I think she's just way too used to literally, Andrew called her out on it like immediately, that TikTok mute button. Yeah, even the emotional damage case would be weak because it's literally a debate. Like, can you even really sue for emotional damage? Like, how often does that even fly? Yeah, and she signed a waiver. I don't know how. I mean, I'm sure nothing will come of it because it's frivolous and nonsensical. But
What was I don't know if you said it. What was the reason for the divorce? Was there infidelity? Or
No,
It was
no.
just what?
It
the
was
sex was
just-
bad? Was that the
I
reason
think
for the divorce?
I think I can only speak for myself because I can't speak for somebody else, but I think for me, the reason why I personally didn't want to be married to him for the rest of my life was because I could see myself cheating on him, and I didn't.
yeah, that's okay. We don't hate for being funny. I'm all are welcome in my chat. Even if we don't agree, even if I don't agree with you, everyone's welcome here.
didn't want to do that, and so I decided to make the decision to break up because I was excuse me, I was just unhappy.
But I mean, she crashed out like legendary style. She was crying at some points. It was embarrassing.
Sexually, I felt like I couldn't ever connect with my partner. He had a lot of
Were you
emotional
guys
walls.
having? Were you guys having?
We gotta
sex, or
skip
was it
ahead a
dead
little bit
bedroom?
because they're just talking about the same thing
we
over
were
and over
also
again.
you know, railed every once in a while, but most of the time I like to have a close, loving, bonded connection with my partner, and I just never felt that with him.
But you said
I just skipped like 7 to 8 minutes and they're still talking about exactly the same thing. I really want to get like a good one. We need a good one. All of these clickbaity titles have been massive disappointments so far. Okay, this is definitely clickbait. This has to be clickbait. She is in a relationship with a tree. That's the title. That has to be clickbait. There's no way that's real. There's no... Okay, let's find out.
All right, welcome everybody. So we're gonna go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage?
Okay, it's the part where they're talking about relationship status. So one of these girls is going to say she's in a relationship with a tree. Is that what this title is telling me right now?
Situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, poly.
Oh, we just watched one of the clips from this episode. I recognize this table. No, it's true. She claims to be in a oh boy.
Sex cult.
Okay, wait. No, I have to guess which one it is. Don't tell me. I mean, it's got to be the first one. It's got to be her.
Whatever it may be.
What?
If you're single, how
I think
long
it's
have
the
you been
first
single,
one.
and what's the longest relationship you've ever had? Go ahead.
So technically I'm single, but I'm also dating a tree. Yeah.
A tree?
Called it. I can't believe she just said those words out loud. That's wild. Okay, let's... I might not have a lot to say during this one.
A tree.
What?
Tree.
Can you boost the audio?
Tree.
What does that mean, a tree?
There's just...
Well, ma'am, a tree is, you find them outside, and the not-so episodes were good. I'm assuming you're referring to the episodes with Not So Erudite, and yeah, I also agreed. She's definitely the strongest opposition debater that they have on here. Her debate with Jim Bob, I don't know if you're still there, Jim Bob, was better than honestly all the debates Andrew just did, because he had basically no opposition for the last week or whatever it was.
Just a big tree. Down
Is
the
this
street from my-
consensual?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we're
How
talking
is it
tree.
Consent.
This
So
is
she's
not
actually
real.
essaying the...
What type
What's
of tree
tree's
is it?
government
I don't
name?
know what type.
There's
I
an
don't know.
there's a philia for that, isn't there? What is it called?
There's a feeling.
she's a
I'm
tree
waiting for him
hugger.
to tell me his name.
No,
but-
there's an actual. I don't remember what it is.
I feel like there's a
Do you
a
have
naughty
like
Trees are living
conversation.
beings.
But there's a
and creatures,
philia
so-
for tree.
What kind
Do you
of
have like
wait?
physical,
What kind of tree?
like physical?
Hey guys, one mic.
There's a philia for trees. Okay, let's find out. Dendrophilia. Dendrophilia, or less often arborphilia or dendrophily, maybe, I don't know if I'm saying that right, literally means love of trees. The term may sometimes refer to a paraphilia in which people are attracted to or sexually aroused by trees. All right. Hey, it's a legitimate, it's there. Dendrophilia. That's the one. Here, let me zoom this for you guys. I don't know how well you can see it. Dendrophilia. There it is. Wow. Okay. Can the tree consent? That's the question. I don't know.
At a time, please. Okay.
Erudite is good. Naomi was better in my opinion. Naomi, I think. Naomi. I'm not sure how you pronounce it yet. She was doing all right during the beginning part, the voting part, but when it got past like the 40-minute mark or the hour mark or whatever, and they switched over to force doctrine, she completely fell apart for the rest of the debate. I mean, that was rough. I saw that she did, like it showed up in my For You or whatever it's called, the suggestions on YouTube, my homepage. But I didn't watch it because I've seen 1stAmender another time, and I mean, he's just bad. Trees can consent, but you'd be dead before it can form enough tree rings to communicate them. That's true. Trees are old. That's true. Or the tree would probably not be interested in you anymore because you'd have gotten extremely old and ugly.
Yeah.
What kind of tree?
I don't know. I have no idea what.
Bro, you're in love with this tree? You don't even know what kind of tree it is? I feel like she's got to kind of be trolling. Like you would, if you really cared about this tree, you would know what kind of tree it is. Like minimum, you would know that at least, right?
He is.
You have to learn more about him, and then
You're in a
I
relationship
walk
with her,
by
and she'll tell you your
him, I
name.
give him like little kisses, and then
You said it was a he. How do you know the gender of the tree?
I believe most trees are at least in
Well, I guess
America,
actually, yeah, there are male and female trees actually.
Fruit trees are female trees. They're depollinators, and male trees are pollinators.
Are you certain that it's like, what if it identifies as a they though?
That's a valid question.
You know, I don't know.
I don't know.
I love them through. And do you have like a physical
spirit or some
relationship
shit?
with the tree?
Like I give him kisses, like I kiss my hand and then I press it on him.
Are you being serious right now?
I am so dead ass.
I believe
you.
I'm taking like a guy to go like see this tree with me.
You took another guy to see your tree. How did the tree feel about that?
Yeah,
I think that's inappropriate.
I didn't introduce him as like.
I agree. That's inappropriate. It's very inappropriate. Trees can consent. I read that. No, because trees can't talk or communicate. They could do SOS with the rings though, but you'd have to wait several years for the new rings to appear, and then you'd have to kill the tree to actually read the message. So yeah, I don't know if that would work out. It's got to be a troll. Yeah, like she has to be trolling because this is crazy. She doesn't even know what kind of tree it is. If she actually cared about this tree, she would know at least what kind of tree it is.
Like I'm hanging out with this guy.
I think the tree is jealous. I think the tree is jealous. We're gonna get into this. This is juicy.
I agree. The tree is jealous.
How did you get into that?
Me, I just like nature. So to me, it's just like I saw him down the street. I was like, damn, he looks really pretty. And so I was like, okay.
How soon is it? How early can we walk out of this podcast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just being dead ass with you guys, by the way.
What is dead ass?
And what is
serious?
I get it. What is like the future of you in this? Like, what do you hope to accomplish with that?
I'm probably gonna have to break up with him soon because I'm gonna be moving. So.
Hey,
uproot a new tree.
It's a relationship.
Plenty of fish in the sea.
I mean, trees can move. People move trees. Maybe it's too big. I don't know. She's got to be trolling. I mean, she just looks like she would be the type to like troll. Also.
Plenty of trees in the forest.
Trees in the forest.
Yeah, plenty of fish in the sea. Plenty.
I like girls with like piercings and whatnot, but that's too much. That's way too much.
Of trees in the forest.
I mean, I'm not looking for specifically trees, but I saw him and I thought, like I said, he was pretty, so I was like, that's my babe. And it's a feeling, and I felt like he connected with me as well.
That's interesting. I do feel like I look around, see a lot of pretty trees, and I agree, like super pretty, but I would never.
Are you happy? I am, yeah.
Can we just
matters.
Bro, you guys are enabling this fucking
I'm not for it. I wouldn't do it.
I don't always agree with Brian, but here we are. Broken clock theory. Everyone's got to be right twice a day, right? Like, I can't believe they've entertained this conversation for this long. It's only been 3 minutes, but I actually can't believe they've entertained this conversation for 3 minutes. Like, get a hold of the podcast, Brian. What are you doing?
Nonsense.
I
honestly, this is the most retarded
his own.
Letting this tree fill you. I already forgot the word and we literally just looked it up, but I mean, hopefully I just forget that I ever saw this.
Hey, I thought we were. No, okay.
Sorry, bro. Stop asking your dumbass fucking questions. Oh, let me actually engage with you in good faith,
thought you
bro.
liked the
The whole
content.
tree shit's fucking bullshit.
Well, you're all
Hold
about
on.
good faith.
What? She's bad faith.
I
What are you
think
fucking talking about?
Gertrude knows that we know that.
Okay,
it's
hold on.
ridiculous. Sorry, look.
Okay, have you had carnal knowledge with the tree?
This is an adult, y'all. Yeah, there's a lot of teenagers wandering around in adult bodies these days. This is like when a middle schooler has an imaginary boyfriend. Yeah, except apparently this is a documented condition that a person can have. I don't think she has it though, because like I mentioned, if she actually cared about this tree, she would know what kind of tree it is. Like bare minimum, she would know what kind of tree it was. That's like the barest minimum. Like, I'm in love with this tree. What kind of tree is it? I don't fucking know. No.
Well, are you?
You just said stop asking ridiculous questions.
Going.
Huh?
Can you like explain that? But like,
Did you fuck the tree?
Did you fuck the tree?
No, not yet. But maybe one day.
Not yet. How would you even... What? Never mind.
How would that work?
I don't know.
You're gonna get a fucking
We'll
STI
figure it
or some
out.
shit.
Carve a
But I
hole.
haven't gone that far.
Staph on your pussy, or I don't know.
As long as you're happy, I feel like.
No, absolutely not. No, this is right. I gotta say, like, this is. I can't sit here. This is not right. Like,
I truly don't think that she wants
not
to
trying
marry
to
a
fuck a
tree.
tree.
I'm
What
pretty
makes you
sure.
think- what makes you think
The
that?
trees can't consent.
There's a
first
lot.
off.
Well, one, trees.
fucking
There's a
rapist.
science behind plants that they can
You're
see
fucking
and
predator.
feel when there's a person
predator.
around
You're
them.
fucking.
Name 10 tree species. I honestly, I can't. But here's the thing. I'm not in love with trees. She's saying she's in love with these trees. I mean, I think they're cool. I like nature too. But like, I'm not making the claim that I'm in love with trees. I don't know. Chat, come up with the names of 10 trees for Wi-Fi.
Predator,
I
bro.
believe that she's just saying that she likes the tree and she speaks with the tree. I don't think she feels
No.
she's actually
I
dating
like a
gonna
tree.
wanna fuck
She's
the
saying
tree.
she's in a relationship with this tree.
Yeah, and then she said her relationship.
Did he specify romantic relationship?
Yeah.
I could name 10 books, but I'm going to be honest, I would probably like draw a blank and then cheat by looking over at my bookshelf and just like reading the titles that I can see from here. Oh God, yeah. Flat Earth. Why on earth would I melt my brain debating something like that? That's another good example.
A relationship with a tree, regardless of romantic or not.
Yo, guys, one mic at a time. They can't.
It's like, here's that whole debate. It's like, bruh, it's obviously round. It's like, nah, bruh, it's clearly flat. Okay, good talk.
Hear the crosstalk. Go ahead.
The question was, what is your relationship status? And the response was, I'm dating a tree.
She said, I'm technically single, but I also have a tree nearby down the street from my house.
Is it deciduous?
No, I know. So there's several things you could be referencing, because I've heard many people bring that up in a debate, and I've heard Brian ask that question a few times on the podcast. So,
Or coniferous?
I don't know.
Amateur.
I would like to move on to some real relationships, if possible.
Okay, so you're single then.
Sure.
What's your dating status with Homo sapiens?
Homo sapiens.
Yeah.
It's single. Yeah.
Okay.
oh,
How
we're done
long
with
have you
that. We're done with the tree thing. Then I'm done with this clip. All right. What else do we have here? She can't accept that femcells don't exist. I mean, do incels even exist? Because couldn't they just go see like a prostitute? Isn't that the same argument?
Can I piggyback off that real quick?
Yeah.
So, I feel like that might have been somewhat directed like toward me, but I'm not trying.
Can they exist, chat? Can femcells exist? Do incels even exist? I don't know.
To insinuate that either, and like I know based on like my amazing relationship that I'm in that like there are good men out there, and I'm not trying to suggest otherwise, but I will also say it came to mind as that person mentioned
Dating a tree means the boys don't stick around. She probably into the theys. She looks like a theys kind of girl.
an incel podcast. There was a statistic, I can't remember where, but you can definitely pull it up online, and it was a study that showed that incel men, and this is a proven study, are more violent and aggressive, and incel women are
Not bad, Godspeed. Not bad. I don't think those are the scientific names, but we'll allow it.
more depressed and like different, they suffer different like avoidant personality traits. than incel men, and there's a study on this.
There. I mean, there's so much there. First off, I don't know what
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You got 11. So. Okay. Nobody debated anything with the Raphael dude. That dude did not have a refutation for anything. Why shouldn't they be in the red pill? Because it's bad. What's the thing they should do if they're not going to be in the red pill? Whatever the opposite of the red pill is. What's the opposite of the red pill? The blue pill. What's the blue pill? The opposite of the red pill. Thanks, buddy. Good talk.
What study you're referring to. I've actually seen other studies that seem to indicate that.
Are hookers obligated to sleep with anyone even if the offer is there? I don't think my gut instinct would be no. I mean, obviously, legally they're not. I don't know if they, maybe specific hookers feel some type of obligation to do that. So there could be, okay, fair point. There could be a man who couldn't even convince a hooker to sleep with him. That would make a theoretical incel, for sure. Okay, yeah. That's definitely possible.
That compared to the general population, men who are incels are actually less likely to be violent. But your assertion that there are even female...
Well, they're also much less likely to interact with the general population at all. Very likely to interact with 4chan, though.
Incels is just laughable.
There are.
There's no... No, a woman cannot be involuntarily celibate.
There are.
No.
We can agree to disagree.
There's no agreeing to disagree. A woman cannot be an incel.
I'm not gonna...
Here's the metric of what it takes to be an incel. So
I know what it means.
Oh, tell me what incel stands for.
Involuntarily celibate.
Involuntarily celibate. Yes. So let's assume that the metric to be involuntarily celibate is somebody who's incapable of securing a sexual relationship. Now, we need to, for the sake of this conversation, we need to exclude people who, for religious reasons, are waiting until marriage.
That's
generally
voluntary.
Speaking.
Yeah, I agree.
Generally speaking, now you can say that there's a certain social climate that where in previous times that was a social norm, and you would have not had such an issue finding a marriageable partner. But let's look at it perhaps from a more secular view. So you have a bunch of men who, despite efforts to get even casual sex, are unable to. They can't get a relationship, they can't get casual sex, they can't get anything. My position on this is that any woman, regardless of her physical appearance, she could be obese even, if she was inclined to have a casual sexual encounter with a man of...
Raphael kind of has a dating podcast, so I looked into it. It's called Woman on Men, and it's basically, he just asks women questions about what they're looking for from men, and most of them are married, from what at least the episodes that I saw, and it's not like it's not a podcast like this one. It's like him doing like street interviews and like one-on-one webcam conversations. So I don't know if I would call it like a dating podcast. Like, it's about dating, technically, but it's more just like one-on-one conversations. I guess you could call it a podcast. I don't know. It's not a podcast like this one, though. It's not like he sits with a bunch of people and like discusses a bunch of different topics and stuff. It's like one-on-one or street interview questions or stuff like that. Yeah, I don't. And his dating podcast is only like a month old, too. It's not on YouTube from what I could see. I found he has a X account that links to some of it. I believe he's mostly on TikTok. And then there's like recorded versions on some weird website I've never seen before. Here, I can find it real quick. I followed him. He has 10 followers on X. So yeah, I don't know where he originally posted these, but like, here, we'll listen to one. This is that Raphael guy.
Depends on why he's listening to it.
Let's
Would you
start
date a
that
man
over.
who listens to Andrew Tate?
No.
All right.
No.
No?
No.
It's shit like this.
Absolutely no.
Okay.
It depends on why he's listening to it. If he's gaining a lot of like influence from him, I'd probably have to have a talk with him about it and see what exactly it is he's listening to and how that could reflect in our relationship.
No, obviously not. Hell no.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, that's his podcast. Or at least that's what he posts here. Does he have a like info? No. Yeah, that's it. If you Google it though, there's like recorded versions of his podcast out somewhere. Anyway, back to femceldom.
Comparable physical attractiveness could do so very easily.
I think it's circumstantial. I think
It's
there
not-
are less there are less female incels, but they exist. Like there are people across the world that don't have the same privilege we do of going out into a busy city like Los Angeles or Santa Barbara or New York and just meeting anyone. There are people in the middle of nowhere who get bullied. There are forums where there are like incel women who feel worthless or like low self-esteem and cannot and struggle with getting laid and feel like they're a burden.
Okay, let me
on
ask you a
men.
question. So let's
unfortunate.
remove this argument.
So I've heard this argument before. And the basic argument from the actual femcells, whether you believe that's a thing or not, is that they can't find anyone that they'd be willing to date. And that's just not what the concept of inceldom is, I don't think. So I don't really buy it. I feel like it would have to be like you'd have to live in like a geographically isolated area where there just weren't men. But like if that woman moved, then she wouldn't be a femcel anymore. So I don't know if that like negates it entirely, but I don't know.
Well, there's
I don't buy
women
it.
that live in the sticks in a 200 population city. Let's say that there's male incels in New York City. Let's assume there are, right?
I assume there's much.
Let's assume. Are there female incels in New York City? Because you made it a geographic thing.
I wouldn't know, but I'm not sure. Honestly, you could be right. There might be none in New York City. I don't know. In New York City is very liberal and very sexually free. Like maybe everyone's fucking everyone. I don't know. I don't keep a tally on them all.
Okay, so.
But I will say there
but
are
my
female incels in the world.
No, there's not, because a woman cannot be involuntary.
If you really want solid relationship advice, Patrick Tiahan's channel. I'll write that down. See if he's got anything worth sharing with y'all. Also, if anyone in chat needs any advice or are having some struggles in that area of their life, feel free to ask, because I do not struggle in that aspect of life. And I'm happy to give any advice that I can.
Yes, they can.
Any woman, regardless of her, she could be. How do I explain
I think
this?
it could also be a mental thing.
An obese woman who's incredibly unattractive can still procure casual sex.
And I think it could also
Easily.
be a mental thing.
What do you mean a mental thing?
Have you ever seen Catfish?
No, you'll have to explain it to me.
You've never seen Catfish? Oh, okay. So, or allegedly you've never seen Catfish. Cool.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, wow. So I think it's a mental health thing too, because a lot of like the women that go on there pretending to be someone else in hopes of finding like a partner, they are not unattractive.
Wi-Fi, you just started on YouTube. Yes, I did just start on YouTube. That's true. But before YouTube, I existed on the planet for 33 years. So I do have some life experience.
It's a mental thing that keeps them from being able to pursue someone and like a desire to be someone else or something. Like there is a mental health aspect to it too for women, but they exist. There's incel females that exist.
That makes no sense. Look, so let's say one of these women who is absolutely batshit insane but is not unattractive went out into the middle of the street and hung a sign around her neck which said, "Please come over here and have sexual intercourse with me." Would a man go and do that with her or no?
I don't like this hypothetical. I'm not gonna. It's like
checkmate.
Yeah. So can he answer the question for me?
I don't know. It depends on where she is. I mean, I would hope not. If she's clearly mentally ill, I would hope no one's trying to take advantage.
How would there be incels when there's Chinese massage parlors in every American city? Yeah, or just like what's it called? There's like a section on like Craigslist too, I think. And then there's like that other website. But earlier in chat, the argument was made that there might be hookers that are like, there might be a man that not even a hooker is willing to sleep with. That might exist. I can imagine that, but I'm not a hooker, so I don't know like how far like the lowest of the totem pole hooker would go. I don't really know. But it's possible that there is a man that not even a hooker will touch. It's possible.
Advantage of like a mentally ill
Yeah,
woman
but
who's
if
batshit
she
on the
did,
street. I don't know.
hold the sign around her neck and the sign said, "I want to have sex with whatever random man will have sex with me right now." Is she getting some or not?
I'm gonna go with yes. She probably is. She's probably gonna get some. It might not be great, but she'll get something.
It depends where.
Okay.
It depends where. What?
Literally depends
any
where.
place that you can think of, other than the middle of a forest.
But like I said, the middle of the
not
forest
in the middle
is
of a forest.
the
She's
middle
in
of
some
nowhere
kind of
is my.
Although I subscribe to some red pill when begging the question, is it worth the trouble? Do you mean, is it worth the trouble to like, are you talking about like pursuing women at all? It could apply to the severely handicapped. Although I did see a clip where there were some prostitutes on and they kind of like helping the handicapped guys out. So I don't know if it, again, I don't know. I'm not a hooker, so I have no idea. I feel like the absence of black robot sex dolls is proof of systemic racism. Maybe you just cracked the code. That might be it.
My best example, I don't think that in New York it's as difficult, and I stated that. I'm not going against like anything I've stated. I've like tried to
Forget
break
New
down.
York. She lives in the rural countryside, and she just goes next to a main road where people are passing by in trucks and semis, and she's got the sign around her neck.
What are my thoughts on Fresh and Fit? So like, there's like a few aspects of like Fresh and Fit. So when it comes to like going to the gym, being healthy, getting your finances in order, finding a stable career, all of these things, I tend to generally agree with like Myron's. Like, you really need to focus for like that 18 to 25, 26 period of your life and really get into something. This is going to be a little biased. I recommend HVAC. If you can't figure out what you want to do with your life and you don't mind doing physical labor, it's great because you burn calories all day. It's only 1 year of school. After like 4 years, if you work really hard, you can be making 6 figures, no problem. Or electrical. electrical is great too. It takes a little bit longer. You have to do a little more school. You have to be an apprentice for a little bit longer. But at the end of it, once you're a journeyman, easy 6 figures a year, with no struggle. And then there's a few other like trade unions you can get into, like the carpenters union or the pipe fitters union, and you can end up making a good amount of money doing that after like 5 or 6 years, and you get all the benefits of like going outside, doing all that stuff. When it comes to how they interact with women or how they recommend that you interact with women, I don't agree. The whole like, if you're not in the top 10%, you'll like, no woman will ever like that's just not true. Most people end up dating people that are similar attractiveness to them. They have a similar socioeconomic status, similar education backgrounds. That's just how it ends up in real life. If you look at the dating marketplace through the lens of like the dating apps, then I could see how you would come to those conclusions, but that's just not what it's like outside in the real world. So like, I'll admit it, I'm a tall guy. I'm like 6'3". I'm in decent shape. I got tattoos and stuff. So I can go on a dating app and do okay. But when I go out into the world and guys, I'm trying. I'm trying with the women thing. It's women, right? If I'm doing plural, sorry. But if you go out into the world, like, so the places that I mostly meet women that I just will cold approach and talk to, so I go to a lot of concerts, so I'll do it there. Dog park is another great place. I've heard that just the grocery store is also a great place, though I've never been at the grocery store long enough to like deal with that. Like I just get my stuff and leave. So I can't confirm or deny that one. But when you go outside into the world, I've never had any women like try to make me feel bad for talking to them. Or like neg me in some way just for like walking up and trying to start a normal conversation. Sometimes they are seeing someone, sometimes they're not interested. And if that's the case, you just move on. It can be a bummer, but it's not the end of the world. I wouldn't really recommend meeting women at bars. You can if you live in like a small town, and that's like, and it's more of like a friendly place. But if you live in like a big city, I wouldn't recommend meeting women at bars. But if you get off the apps and you make a conscious effort to like interact in the real world, it's not as scary as it seems. It's not as scary as like Myron would make it seem on Fresh and Fit. The other thing I don't really agree with him on is the like sleep with 50 women before you try to find your wife. Promiscuity just isn't the best thing for like anyone. It's just kind of like a distraction. It's not a super healthy mindset to get into. If your mindset is like, I am looking for a relationship, I'm going to orient my goals in life around finding that, then that's what you're going to be more likely to find. I don't have time. Yeah, the descriptors are spot on, but the prescriptions are, I mean, most of the descriptors are technically true, except for the like 80% of women wanting 10% of men. That's just not true. It's true on dating apps. That's the only place that that's true. And like it may be true that like the top 25, and I use that word loosely because who knows what exactly that means. It may be true that like the top 25% of women are all vying for the top 10% of men. That might be true. But as far as everything below that, everyone kind of finds their match. That's who people usually end up with. And most people meet at work. That's like the number one place that you end up meeting your spouse, is because of work. Yeah, it's a lack of discipline. The bar at a restaurant is a better place to meet than like a party bar, definitely. But in my opinion, the number one, two best places to meet would be if you have a dog, the dog park, or like out hiking or something. If you're out in the woods and you're going to approach a woman that you're like walking by on a trail, you got to be real chill. You got to be really calm and really chill. The number one place is if you like a certain type of music and you go to concerts, you already have something in common. It's perfect. You know? Yeah, but our DNA says that. But that did change as we started to sort of institute monogamy as a social norm. And monogamy is really good for like that aspect of societal growth. And so if you focus on like historically it was just like the kings and blah blah that got that, it's true, but historically way more men died in war, way more men died out in the fields, way more men died at work. It was a lot of other stuff. Yeah, outside Planned Parenthood. I mean, that's what you're into. You probably won't have any long-term commitments there. The trees. True. You could just cash it all in and date a tree. You know, that girl did that. It seems to be working for her. Except that she said they have to break up soon because she's moving. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on Fresh and Fit in a nutshell.
Is she getting some?
I don't know. Maybe she's getting trafficked. I hope not. But dear God, I don't know. I can't imagine. That's such an outlandish like concept.
But you're the one who's proposing.
A hypothetical which is designed to
I'm not
test your
proposing.
logic.
I'm just
the logic
stating like
of you is to say there's a mental illness. There's a mental illness which exists which can prevent women from pursuing relationships. I agree, but that wouldn't actually make them themselves, because even if they were mentally ill, if they chose to have sex with a man, they're going to get some.
Here's how I see it. Okay.
How do you
to make it make sense. There are 8 billion. Okay.
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. The mental health issues are sitting at this table. A lot of cope and transference going on. Mostly cope. Feminism has failed you all. Please do better. The patriarchy stands ready to help.
Thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it. What's your? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. The patriarchy part. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. My take was there's 8 billion people in the world. You're not gonna tell me that there is not a single femcell on this earth.
No.
There you
Well,
go.
so let us assume for a second that there's at least one. So what?
Ben, I win.
If there's one, then they exist. Until that one passes away, and then there's none.
I don't know.
Wait, what?
That was just my point. They exist.
Know, right?
They exist. That's just my point. They exist.
Okay,
I didn't say they're at the same caliber statistic
Okay,
as men.
so I'll just concede this then and say at least one exists somewhere due to the fact that she has no arms, no legs, is totally blind. Nobody can see her. She's in the middle of a forest. Fine, I'll concede.
Wait, she's blind, so nobody can see her? I don't think Andrew said that correctly.
Concede that such a woman somewhere might exist. But can we say that overwhelmingly they do not? And that's what, by the way, it's not 8 billion
I would
people
not
we'd
say
be referencing
overwhelmingly
here. It would be 4
they do
billion,
not.
right? 4 billion, because only half can be women.
I think the lingo is just opposite here, but like we're not like arguing. It's just you're not agreeing with my phrasal of it. That
Then that would be an argument.
Well, we're saying the same thing. You're just paraphrasing
No,
it.
we're
and
not
don't
saying
like
the
the way
same
I'm
thing. We're
phrasing
saying
it.
different things. I'm just
I mean-
conceding to a portion of what you're saying so that we can move the conversation forward, so I can show you that still, even if we were to grant.
Yeah, I feel like no arms, no legs would be a novelty. Burn victim would be, that'd be, if it was really, really bad, that'd be tough. Because then she might not even be able to.
That what you're saying is right. The overwhelming majority of what you would consider to be incels are not going to be women. And because they're such a social outlier, it's irrelevant to even count them into the incel movement.
I don't think it's fair to count anybody out. But see, we can agree to disagree on that.
Oh, it's not fair?
I think they exist. I think it's determined they exist. We could like tally everyone in the world. There's femcells out there. They exist. And whether or not you choose to believe them, if you want to believe they're unicorns and not human beings that exist on this planet, that's fine. Like, you're entitled to that.
I mean, I don't actually know how to have a conversation with you if I'll concede a basic point that you make, but you won't concede a basic point I make.
I don't agree.
You don't agree
That's
with
the
what?
conversation.
That
I don't
even
agree
that
that
even
they-
if femcells exist, that the overwhelming majority of incels are going to be males.
I agree with that. I don't agree with the notion you stated that we can agree that because it's such a low.
There's literally corn on what his example was. Yeah, there's literally, yeah. That's like a, that's probably a fetish. Although I disagree with Andrew's position that even if God not real, we're better off pretending God is real to manufacture authority to justify moral and ethics codes such as law and culture. I saw him talking about this with PF the other day. And so I don't think it's necessary. Because I don't actually think that the philosophical foundation of Christianity is objective. And I'm going to save that argument for another time, if I get into a debate. But it was certainly interesting. Like, even if you don't believe, it's better if we act as though we believe, because it does have decent outcomes for society, some of it, but I just don't think it's all necessary at all. I think we can get to that without going all the way to that, if that makes any sense. I'm going to save my actual, like, reasons for that for a debate in the future, but yeah, that's kind of my stance on that.
Statistic, they don't exist. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but if it's an aberration, why do we care about it? Why is it important? If it's just an aberration, why would we give a shit?
I don't know, to care about.
Yeah, you're right.
everyone
You
on
don't
Earth,
know.
To care about
That's
every.
the problem.
I'm saying.
All right, basically, there's one femcell. That was the conclusion that we came to. Let's see what else we got. Should men pay child support for an unborn child? OF girl wants 3 husbands to fulfill her. Okay, we can. That's
I'm
interesting.
Looking for a relationship.
I wonder who the OF girl is. Anyone want to take a guess? I'm gonna go with chair 1. I don't know who any of these people are. I think we saw chair 3 in a recent clip, like, that we just watched. Oh, and the helmet girl. I don't know who that is, but she's there sometimes. I don't know who this dude is. And I don't know who any of these other girls are.
Right now.
So you're single.
I'm looking.
So you're single. Oh my God, this
Looking
girl.
at-
Have you written it down in your manifest journal?
Yeah, but
Maybe
the
we
kind
should.
of relationship I'm looking for isn't like your traditional relationship. So
What are you What are you looking for?
okay.
I disagree, but I like to hear what your position is sometimes. Yeah, I'm either gonna formulate it during a debate, or maybe if we do another debate review on like feminism versus Andrew Wilson again, because I do those. I've done a few of those. I can't say that I do anything frequently because my channel is brand new, but I might get into it more then. Also, I think I've alluded to parts of it during some of my debate reviews that I've posted on my channel. So,
Okay.
Sugar daddy.
No. I don't need a sugar daddy. Trust me.
Trust me.
Trust me.
Oh,
But-
one note. You did used to do OnlyFans, correct?
OnlyFans.
okay, so she
Yeah.
wants 3 husbands. I feel like she's trolling. She's got to be trolling.
Well, you mentioned your occupation
Yeah.
previously, and you omitted the fact that, I mean, you're no longer doing it, correct?
I do it in a different way.
What, Patreon?
No, I do it like it's not like your normal OnlyFans. What is it like? So
I just
don't
no,
do,
hold
like-
on. I'm gonna break the what is it, the third wall here, guys. She's saying that to bait you to go check out whatever bullshit she's
No.
trying to
Because it's not-
huckster. So
it's
just
I agree with Brian. She is baiting them into paying for her stuff. And this is one of the things I don't like about this podcast. And it's not the podcast specifically, it's the people that are in the chat and watch it like religiously and send Brian lots of money. All these OF girls that go on here, they make tons of money from the publicity of this. So you know that these dudes that are in the chat flaming them are paying them at the same time. It's just like, you got to stop. You got to knock that shit off. Stop simping. No simping. No gooning. Relax. I should debate Cool V1C. I think I've seen his channel pop up in my thing. Does he like... He reviews some of the same debates that I do, I think, because his channel was popping up on my home feed. I've definitely seen him. Yeah. I'd be open to it. Yeah. Maybe I'll reach out.
Not porn.
letting you know.
It's not.
Yeah, but of
me
course you
doing
can't
nudity.
disclose it. They have to go and subscribe to your page or whatever.
I was just on another podcast talking about this, and they like lost their shit.
Lost their shit. Why? Why did they lose their shit on that other podcast?
Because I was saying.
I watched this one. They caught her in a lie live. Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, it sounds like she's lying right now. Like, it just sounds like she's lying already. We're only a minute and 30 seconds in. It already sounds like she's just like, she's definitely just like putting on a persona to get Brian's viewers to pay for her OnlyFans. It's definitely what's happening.
That I do a different kind of OnlyFans now. I'm
What-
very
what is-
religious too. I see you guys are
Yeah,
religious.
you're clearly a pious and devout.
So
Doubt. X to doubt.
What religion do you adhere to?
God.
Christianity, Islam,
No, just God.
Buddhism, just
I
God.
do-
Okay. Which God? Which God?
Just God.
Which one?
God.
The Judeo-Christian God?
Like God in the sky.
Well, the Greeks.
Bruh, what? Which God? God in the sky. Fantastic. That's the one. That's my favorite too. The one in the sky.
And the Romans had gods.
No, God.
You believe in one
There's
God?
a singular
There's one God.
Is it like the Christian God or the Muslim God, or because every religion has a different
She's
version
being
of that?
intentionally
Jesus is Lord. Okay, you're getting way too complicated for her now. All right. She understands the word God. Jesus is 5 letters. There's no way she's going to be able to handle that. Okay.
obtuse.
I don't think
There's
it's
no
intentional.
like.
No, it's definitely
I don't
intentional.
know
Trust
what
me.
obtuse means, but
See?
Not surprising.
More than 3 letters. See? That's what I said. She doesn't know what it means.
it's God. It's just God.
Okay.
So on my OnlyFans, I do Bible study.
In a bikini?
Naked?
No.
Yeah.
Like I go.
Is this... I'm not going to go check. Because I don't watch porn of any kind. But if one of you already knows, because you're a degen, does she actually have Bible study on her OF? Is that... There's no way. There's no chance. That has to be a lie. There's no way. This girl is demonic. Yeah, probably. Superman is the guy I see in the sky. That's probably who knows what she sees in the sky. No idea.
On there, I go live.
What's the Bible? Okay, I get that. So you do a Bible study. So you do what?
What do you mean?
Andrew would be losing his mind right now if he heard that. She does a Bible study.
I go on there, I read verses, we talk about it, and then
Tell us a verse.
it's already yours, Joshua 5:3.
Okay, what's the...
Yeah. You asked for a verse, that's it.
No, what's the...
The meaning?
What is the
What
verse?
is the actual verse?
Did you say it's already yours?
That's the name
Joshua
of the-
5:3?
Yeah.
Is that the whole verse? Like that's the passage?
Yeah.
What's he referring to?
That whatever you want, it's already yours.
This is like the Christian Bible?
Yeah.
So are you Christian? Like, do you believe in Jesus? Like God had a son
Yeah,
that...
yeah,
so you're
I believe
Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I guess you could say.
Okay. So...
So yeah, I go on there. I don't memorize all the verses.
Yeah, it's probably blasphemy. I don't know. I'm not a religious person, so... but I guess she does know what the word Jesus means. That surprises me.
I do my Bible study, and that's it.
Longest relationship you've ever been in?
Wait, you didn't let me talk about the relationship I'm looking for.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about that later?
If you can give us a quick, brief plot synopsis of it, go ahead.
Okay. I want to
Here we go.
find. Okay, I feel like it's really like mean and like not fair to like ask one person to give you everything you need. Like you can't ask someone to give you love, emotional support, financial support, all like this stuff. So I feel like you need one person for each of the things you want. So I'm gonna get 3. I'm looking for 3, and this is not a joke. I'm looking for 3 husbands. One that's gonna give me love, one that's gonna give me financial support, and then one that's gonna be there sexually.
Why do you think one can't give you all 3?
Because that's why
I believe her. I believe that in her mind, that's what she wants. I do actually believe her.
relationships don't work. Humans aren't meant to be monogamous.
I agree. I heard something where it was like when you're with a partner who gives you 90% of what you want, you'll go looking for that 10% in like another person no matter what. So if you have 3 guys, then it equals it out.
It was categorical nonsense garbage. This is the same girl. We saw her, actually. I remember from her voice. One of the first clips I reacted to, this was weeks ago, she was making the claim that men having beards is the same thing as women wearing makeup and using filters on dating apps, which is pure insanity. So I'm discounting everything that comes out of this chick's mouth. Chair 2.
They all give you what you want.
You're not gonna need anything else
I'm
because
gonna
you're not
masturbate
asking
too.
you're not asking one person to give you everything. Humans aren't meant to be monogamous.
I feel that way about like polyamory, like in a sense where like I it sounds like maybe either I don't know if men or women, both for you. I know for me it's like I want like one man and like a couple women, like just.
So you will never find 3 men that you respect that will share you. That's never going to happen.
That's probably true. She might find 3 men, but she absolutely would never respect the 3 men that would be okay with this.
Why?
It just won't happen.
But why?
Because the kind of man that you would respect, that you would want to date or marry, wouldn't share you with other men.
She likes cucks.
So you think monogamy is 100% effective?
No, but I'm assuming, I'm making assumptions based on how you present yourself. And I know that the type of man that you probably would respect and want to be with long term wouldn't share you with other men. Because why would they? Because they have 3 women that they could just be with and not share one woman with 2 other dudes.
That's what I'm saying. Monogamy isn't the goal.
I understand, but it works a bit differently for men and women.
No, you just said that a man can have 3 different girlfriends, but a woman can have 3 different boyfriends.
I'm not saying that she can't. She could find 3 dudes that would share her, but they're not going to be the kind of guy that you would want to be with.
Would you have different physical standards for each of them?
But
or?
wait, see, that's why I have one for each.
Into
one
the
that's
mic.
Sexually attractive.
Into the mic.
Sexually attractive, one that's financially there. He doesn't have to be the cutest one. And
wait, so just to recap, you want to have.
Yeah, I can hear her last 2 brain cells struggling to breathe. And chair 2 is no better. Except I think she actually believes what she's saying. She might be able to find these guys, but all of these guys that she's thinking of, if she would also respect them, they're going to have like 3 other girlfriends. Like, absolutely. There's no way she's going to have 3 dudes that she respects all to herself. There's no way.
3 husbands that are all loyal to you. They can't have mistresses or
I
other
never
wives.
said that, but the main relationship, there can be like, as long as there's communication, there can be like other things going on, but the main goal.
So you want? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The main goal is to have the one relationship with 3 people.
So one is for financial, one is for sex, and one is for
emotional support. Love,
do you bang the financial and emotional support husbands?
Depends on if they require that.
And the
I think the financial support husband would probably like to get laid once in a while. I mean, it's just a thought. I don't know. What's that dude? What's that? He makes like TikTok reels. Delulu is not the Sululu, boys. It's not.
The husband meant for sex, he has to be okay with that.
Yes.
Right. Is he banging other girls outside of the marriage?
If he...
Jayakin donated $100. Joshua 5:3 New King James Version, NKJV. So Joshua made flint knives for himself, and circumcised the sons of Israel at the hill of the foreskins.
Is that the one that she referenced?
Yeah.
I was reading the other version, not the King James version.
Actual.
That they're not that different. Okay. She just got it wrong. Like
troll.
It's very close to that one.
Yeah.
So wait, just okay, you want 3 husbands?
3.
That's fucking
well, she said she would be open to sleeping with all of them if they required it, which they obviously would want to. Or why would they? Bro, this is just, I can't tell if this part is a troll or if she legitimately like wants this, but I don't think she's intelligent enough to know whether or not it's possible. So she could legitimately want this. but and just be totally deluded into thinking that it's possible. I don't know. I also kind of feel like it's just a grift. Like the whole thing is just a grift.
Disgusting. I don't get. So you think it's okay for a guy to have 3 wives?
I'm not saying what your goal is like immoral or wrong. I'm saying that I don't think that it's realistic.
The Bronasons donated $100. These godless Jezebels need to get the rocks. You're destroying society and only weak men will deal with your shit. Question to all, was your biological father in your life?
Get the rocks.
Yes.
Abdul?
My biological father
Get the rocks.
was in my life. And I have 2 dads, actually, and 1 mom, so it works for her.
Going around the table on the mom or father question, excuse me. Is your father in your life?
Not anymore, but he was growing up, and I wish he wasn't.
Yikes. Okay. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Say that one more time. What?
Oh, you want me to say? Okay. Yeah, no, my dad.
I do believe that she's dumb enough to believe that this is possible. Yeah. I mean, it's not, but I believe that she believes.
Dad's not in my life anymore, but he was in my life while I was growing up, and I wish he wasn't.
What?
Damn, Molly.
That was a new one. I got a new one on the fucking soundboard. Holy shit. Okay, what about you?
My father was in my life. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually cut my dad out of my life too. He's a shit show.
What?
I don't feel comfortable talking about my family life.
Interesting. My dad's definitely in my life. He actually painted my office a few days ago, and my parents are still married, so.
Okay.
My dad's watching this right now.
Polygamy is immoral. I try not to make moral claims, but it's not practical. And the statistical likelihood of it succeeding is like 4%. And that's only for 10 years. After that, I don't even think there's stats on it.
I sent him the link, so.
Okay, so you said you're looking for the 3 husbands, cool. Your longest relationship?
6 years. And that's how I know if you can be with someone for 6 years and still not be happy, it's not, monogamy isn't the answer.
You're 22, correct?
Yeah.
From what age to what age were you in this relationship?
15.
15 to 21?
Yeah.
Okay, so you broke up when? A year ago?
Yeah.
Okay. When were you doing OF? From what year to what year? Or well, are you still doing it, I guess?
A month after I turned 18 in 2020. I was doing a lot of bad things on there, like crazy.
All right, she's a crazy person. I think we all get the point. She's not gonna find 3 husbands. Obviously. Especially not in the situation she just described. Like that's never gonna happen. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? She doesn't think trans people should disclose that that's okay. None of the above.
Do you think this is
okay? She doesn't think trans people should disclose that they're trans. That's crazy. That's super crazy. Oh, I recognize this dude from a different episode. He seemed chill. I don't know these people. Yeah, it's like we don't even have to get to the moral claim because there are so many pragmatic reasons to dismiss it just at its face. That you don't even have to get all the way to like the moral claim.
Sort of a different topic. Do you think that there is a duty for trans people to disclose to romantic partners that they're trans?
I don't think there's necessarily a duty because for that to be a responsibility of them can put them in danger. I mean, they can choose to disclose that if they feel they.
That is the opposite of reality. Not disclosing it is what puts them in the dangerous situations. That makes no sense.
They are safe.
Well, let's talk about the safety thing. Wouldn't it put them in more danger to omit and not disclose?
Hold on. She looks familiar. Tay, I think. The girl with the gauges and the tattoo on her chest back there. She looks familiar.
It put them in more danger to omit and not disclose their sexual status with a partner who might object to being in some way misled.
I feel like I cannot speak for trans people. I'm not trans. I don't experience their experiences, so I'm kind of the
Aristotle is
wrong
dead
person to be
donated
asking these
$100. Good for you, Brian, but it was a question for the table.
I don't know what that's referring to. It must have happened before the clip started. But Brian was right there. Not disclosing would get you in way more trouble than disclosing. That makes no sense.
Bro, you're derailing the conversation a little bit, but so if you wait, Aristotle, I'll ask it to the table, but I'm going to get through a couple things here, so you're going to have to wait a sec. Go ahead.
I think I finished my answer.
I have a...
Wait, hold on. Before you come in, let me just get around the table on this. So...
Yeah, lying's always a bad look. If honesty leads to the end of the relationship, then so be it. It's better than being in a dishonest situation. But I don't even think they're talking about like being in it. I think they're talking about like upfront disclosure. So this would be like if you like, let's say you're trans and you're on a dating app and you like don't put that in your profile, and then you don't mention it in any of the messages, and then you don't mention it on the date because like you can pass well enough. And the time that you mention it is like when it's too late. That's like the most dangerous situation I think that like a trans person could put themselves in. Like, I don't think you could get like all the way into the relationship keeping that deception going. But all the way like everything up to like in bed the first time, like being in that spot and not having disclosed beforehand, that has to be the most dangerous situation a trans person could be in, because like that person could go nuts. That person could lose their mind. I'm pretty sure that's happened on like several occasions. Yeah, this is terrible advice. Terrible advice. I don't think a trans person would give that advice, or at least most of them.
Okay. You when it comes to the safety thing, you don't object, or you do object. Oh, no, sorry. Oh my God, sorry guys, I'm tongue twisted here. You don't object to a trans person not disclosing their trans status.
Yeah, there's people that are into that, for sure. But I think they would like to know ahead of time, even so. Just in case they're not into it. Like, you don't know if they're into it if you don't tell them, you know?
To potential romantic partners. For safety reasons.
Yeah, they don't have to. A lot of the times, they
Do you think people should disclose their
will.
STD status to a partner?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is something that can be transferred to the other person. You can't transfer anything from being trans to another person.
But that's okay. Hold on. Be good faith though. That's not what I'm arguing. But you would agree that there are certain things that you ought to disclose to a romantic partner.
Yes.
For example, do you think you should disclose if you're in another relationship with somebody?
Yeah.
Well, that's not something you can transmit to somebody, but like
that is something that
ethically
affects both
speaking,
of their lives, like their tangible lives.
Well, let's say, for example, you're dating with the intention of marriage and having children, and this person they're male, they cannot have children.
They can disclose they can't have children. They can do that at some point along the relationship. People who are infertile don't always disclose from the beginning of a date that they are infertile. Sometimes they may, sometimes may not.
Let's say I'm on a first date with somebody and I make it pretty clear to them that, you know, I'm looking for something long-term, I'm looking for something serious, I'm looking for marriage, and I'm looking for kids down the road.
And if the other person doesn't want kids or can't have kids, then it's just a relationship that wouldn't work. They don't have to necessarily let you know they're trans, but they can let you know they don't want to have kids.
Okay, fair enough. So, but you seem to, I mean, to me it seems pretty questionable to not disclose your gender, sex status, or whatever.
How do they talk about this for 15 minutes? Yeah, this is obvious. This is super obvious. This is, sometimes I'm like, how does he come up with this stuff to talk about? And then one of them will give an answer that's so absurdly insane that it's like, okay, well, I guess we do have to talk about it because someone out there, they're going to go back and forth on this for 15 minutes. That's crazy. Like, this is like obvious. Let's see if there's anything more interesting. Time is it? Oh, I still have some time. Man versus bear. Want to do man versus bear? Not really. He is in disbelief that she called herself traditional. All right, this is going to be the last one of these that we do for tonight.
The DMs are flooded.
Yes, I don't respond, but
It's all the same stuff over and over again. I think we kind of get the point. I just wanted to take a break from the every single night debate reviews that I was doing. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's transphobic to just be like, they should disclose for safety reasons. Like, that's just obvious. And they talk about it for 15 minutes. That's wild.
Traditional?
yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Why? It's 'cause
All right,
of
Nick, pull up the
tattoos?
Instagram.
'Cause
Pull up the Instagram.
Hey,
Traditional is such a 100 men versus one gorilla. I didn't see any whatever episode about that. I don't know if that's like something that would be talked about a lot. 100 men versus one gorilla. What would I pick? How aggressive are gorillas? Like, most encounters with bears, the bear doesn't bother you. That's like a statistical fact. Most encounters with bears, the bear is chill. I've had a handful of encounters with bears. Never been attacked by a bear. I've never come across a gorilla in the forest, though. So I don't know. How aggressive are gorillas? I feel like 100 men, it would totally, like, if they're all just random and none of us know each other, yeah, I'd probably take the 100 dudes. Like, I feel like that would be safer. Because, like, we'd all just kind of be, like, confused. And then probably just go our separate ways. But I don't know. I've never encountered a gorilla.
We're going to do
hey,
the
God's
Instagram deep dive.
God has been slowly
All right, do we think she's traditional? I'm going to guess based on the fact that he's about to blow up her Instagram? Probably not.
You know,
Yep.
convicting me about things.
Convicted, yep.
But I had like 1,000 pictures on there, and now I went down to like
Remove some.
So slowly, it's been working.
We're gonna call it. This
Why,
is.
I don't understand.
And disclaimer, I came from Miami, so
Wait,
different,
hang
and I
on.
just moved.
How long do you think it's going to take God to convict you to get rid of the rest of them?
That's between me and God. What do you mean? To get rid of the rest of my pictures?
Like if you
So they'll fight if threatened? Okay. I don't know. It'd be cool to see a gorilla. Like, not really close, but like, you know, down the trail a little bit. I'd be like, no, we're good, bro. No threats here. Back up, you know? That would be cool. It's really cool to run across a bear. If they're not like right next to you and angry because their cubs are nearby and they think you're threatening them.
you had to guess based on the current amount of pictures
religion
that
is
you
what
have taken off versus the future amount of pictures that you will take off, would we say that within a year that you'll have all
No,
of the
I think
bad
religion
pictures
is
off?
the one that's going to look at you and say, you can't wear this, you can't wear that, and I think they're the ones that, but I think God works on you slowly. Like if you've been accustomed to something for so many years, you've been showing yourself for this many
So
years,
many years.
it does take time, and especially coming from Miami, like the stuff I wore in Miami, I didn't think it was bad, and then I come to
Yeah.
Nashville. Okay, you're ready.
We're doing a segment called Traditional or Not Traditional, brought to you by Andrew Wilson and Associates. Okay, go ahead, pull it up, Nick. All right, Alicia Magan. Alicia, sorry. Okay. So, scrolling down, we're going to do a little slower for us. So, traditional or not traditional? Are you conservative too? You conservative?
All right. I'm not into like the whole traditionalism as far as like clothing goes, but I'm pretty sure this excludes her, right? Isn't modesty like a big part of that? I don't know if she can make the claim.
Okay. Traditional, not traditional. Is she? You can pull up the chat too. Pull up the chat for us. Just pause it there for a sec. Traditional, not traditional.
I mean, I've seen a lot worse as far as like traditional goes or non-traditional goes. I personally, I don't care. I date girls that wear all kinds of stuff. But if you're claiming traditional, like in the Andrew and Brian world, I don't think this counts.
Traditional, not traditional. Huh? That's fine. Traditional.
Andrew, you okay over there?
Scroll down. Scroll down. Traditional. A lot of chat is saying not traditional. Not traditional. There's a Pepe with a cross. Not traditional.
Oh, what?
Not traditional.
What is your if you had to point at the 5 newest photos that you had? What are the 5 newest
Booty
ones
pic,
that you have?
booty
top
pic,
ones.
bikini pic, booty
I
pic,
gotta take that one off.
booby pic, bent over booby pic.
It's a video.
Yeah, I don't think this
are you on a
counts.
lawnmower? Well, I don't know what that is. At the beach, pic, boxing stance, booty pic. Wait, hold on a second here. Oh, look at Andrew here. He can't believe his eyes.
I don't think Andrew's buying it. Yeah. I don't know if that counts as traditional.
He can't believe his eyes.
To the pure, all
Andrew.
things are pure.
When will God convict you to get rid of the rest of these pics? When is that going to happen? I know it's a process, right? But can we start with a process of like,
You know what? You're right.
what
Maybe
is
this
actually
podcast-
stopping you? I just want to know, if you know it's wrong, what is actually stopping you from removing them?
My wife has pink hair. I mean, my current girlfriend doesn't really dress like, or the girl I'm seeing, she doesn't really dress like crazy like that or anything. And she just has brown hair. But I mean, I've definitely dated girls with all kinds of different color hairs. Dated a girl with a quarter shave and dreadlocks. And she had a tattoo of Danny DeVito's face on one of her butt cheeks. So that was interesting. I got to slap Danny DeVito every now and then, you know?
Right this second.
I listen to God. I don't listen to.
Traditional to Andrew and Brian is Amish grandma. To Andrew, definitely. Brian's probably a little bit looser with it, but yeah, that definitely did not conform to either of their view of traditional, at least in the like clothing modesty aspect. She might behave traditionally like in other aspects of life. She's saying that like she made a change recently and she just hasn't deleted all the pictures yet. I don't know. That could be like a I'm on the podcast kind of grift, like that last girl who was like, I do Bible study on my OnlyFans. Yeah, I don't think so.
Other people. So
Do you think God wants you to have those pictures on your Instagram?
I didn't honestly. It's if you have a dirty mind, doesn't matter what you look at. I've seen girls who are completely covered up. I've worn dresses that were completely covered up and still had men look at me. If
Yeah,
a
but
man's
those aren't pictures
perverted,
of you
if
in
he has
dresses where you're
perversion
completely
in his
covered
mind,
up.
it's
Those are
gonna come
pictures
out
of
that
you
way.
basically
Can I
nude.
ask you a question?
Sure.
Before we even saw it, your immediate reaction was, "Don't judge because the clothing in Miami is different." Was
So a lot
that
of those pictures I just
I
moved.
don't know. You looked like that. There could
I
have been
just-
Hawaii.
I don't think the clothing being different in Miami excuses that.
Changed. So I
there,
just
there
got
could've been-
delivered. I had sexual generational demons, everything. So
Generational.
yeah, and you can see it a lot in these girls in pictures.
What's that?
There's so much witchcraft, new age stuff.
Witchcraft?
Yeah.
So-
So I.
maybe just the photos that in your mind you were like, "Hey guys, like hold on."
But my
Whatever
last photos
those
I don't have a
ones-
problem with.
Wait, I have a
I
question.
would archive those ones, and then that way
Archive?
next time somebody's like, "Let's see your social," be like, "Yeah, here."
Yeah.
Say what you want to say, but there was something you already knew. There was something, which is why you gave everybody a disclaimer.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's you
Well, I
knew
knew
there would be
Andrew
photos.
was excited about
Wait,
this.
so Andrew, you are the.
Oh, I see. You're making an inference there. Yeah, it's very clever and very Christ-like, right? So, but let's back up real quick because I would like to know the answer to this question, right? What is actually stopping you if you believe that it's wrong to have photos like that on your Instagram from right this second deleting them?
I could do it. If you want me to do it, I can do it. There's no problem doing that. But I listen to God. For me, I saw those photos. People have seen my transition, and that's been my testimony. There
Got
are a
it.
couple I need to take
You
out,
listen
but
to God.
the pictures I
so
have
let
really
me just
aren't
ask
bad.
you with the follow-up. Do you think God wants you to have those pictures on your Instagram?
Not all of them are bad, especially my
Yeah, I
last
know.
photos.
The ones that are, though.
Of course. I
Yeah,
need
then
to
why
take 'em down.
haven't you deleted them?
Yeah, I haven't to be honest, I haven't looked through my photos in a while, and I just did a revamp on them, so I don't go to my.
Why didn't y'all? This chick makes no sense. If she doesn't really have a problem with them, she should just say that. Just be like, no, I don't think God cares. But if you do think God cares, and you're trying to be Christian, then you gotta get out of there. You gotta get it. Gotta be done. I'm boozing and womanizing, but I'm romantic. Yeah, there's a lot of that going around. A whole lot of that. All right. I think we've done enough whatever for the night. I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in like 2 minutes, maybe less. And we're gonna watch something else. So see you guys in 2 minutes. Okay. All right. That was probably less than 2 minutes, but. Okay. Godspeed, you've been here a while, so before I go on to something else, do you have any requests? Because if not, we're probably going to pick one of the recent modern day debates that looks interesting, and we'll go over one of those. They've been on a religion kick, huh? Islam. Huh. We could do a, oh, wait a minute. How come these are all super short? Where's the actual... Oh, okay, here we go. Here's the list. We could do the 1stAmender versus Rachel Wilson. That's the most recent one. Another feminism debate. That seems to be the hot topic right now. That might be it. Yeah, we'll do that. Even though 1stAmender is insufferable. And I'm not a fan of Rachel really either, but it'll give me a lot to talk about.
Problem solved. 5.
All right. Probably going to be the same as the last, like, week of debates on feminism that I've watched. He's gonna try to defend an indefensible version of feminism because even if he prescribes to a defensible version of feminism, he's gonna get roped into defending an indefensible version. It's still their intro. I'm just updating my stream title, and then we'll skip ahead and get that on the screen. All right, let's get to the beginning of the debate.
Tonight we are debating, is feminism helpful for women? And we are starting right now with the First Amender's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. First Amender, the floor is all yours.
All right. Give me one.
Before we start, so I used to watch a lot more panel debates before I made my channel, like a couple years ago. I would watch them again. For sure. But before we start, why is James's mic always cutting in and out? Like, every episode I see, you can, like, barely hear him. He's, like, always, like, cutting in and out. Like, you'd think he would have figured this out. Like, he's been doing this for a while. I don't even think my mic cuts in and out like that, and my mic is not fancy at all. But all right, let's see. Let's get into it.
One quick second. I have to load up my PowerPoint slide. I have created a PowerPoint for this.
Of course you
So I
did.
am ready to share it. Yes, I want to share it. All right, hold on one second.
I do watch some of the Raging Tomato ones. Most recently, the soy pill versus Andrew Wilson, also on feminism. Everyone's debating feminism right now.
I also have to set it up on my OBS. So just give me a very quick moment. I just want to make sure that everybody.
James is not amused.
Just already making people so angry for Amender.
It will not take long.
True.
In the meantime, folks, no problem. I've got it. Folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We're a fully neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up in the future, including debate on 6.
I did not watch the DC versus Marvel debate. I don't really watch that many movies, to be honest. I'm more of a music guy. But it is nice to, you know, do like a little lighthearted debate once in a while, although I'm sure that got very heated at points.
It's going to be this fall in Nashville, Tennessee. We're in talks with the Wilsons. For example, Rachel Wilson here right now and Andrew Wilson as well, about debates in person at that conference. It's going to be tremendous. Who knows? Maybe even old 1stAmender will make it. He has a way with people, to say the least. Also, folks, if you haven't yet, please go to our Facebook. This is no joke. We are trying to build our Facebook because we realize people are going there. They're want to encourage you.
Let's get
it's
to
probably
the.
not really the future, but it's
stuffed
actually the
it
opposite.
already.
But nonetheless, we are building DebateCon this fall.
Already scuffed.
We put up and pin that Facebook.
Helping or harming women. Cough, cough.
Here we go.
Is a debate with Rachel Wilson. Absolutely not, and here's why. GII and HDI are reversely correlated. What is GII and HDI? Gender Inequality Index, or lower is more equal, higher is less equal. GII is a composite metric of gender inequality using 3 dimensions: reproductive health, empowerment, and the labor market.
He's already scuffed the whole debate. Reproductive health is not a metric of gender equality. Men have no reproductive rights. Reproductive health is a completely separate issue of equality. It's a totally separate issue. Metal versus K-pop, metal. Get out of here with that. It might be. Some metal is definitely just Beethoven with electricity.
A low GII value indicates low inequality between women and men, and vice versa. HDI is the Human Development Index. The origins of the HDI are found in the annual Human Development Reports produced by Human Development Report Office of the United Nations Development Program. The annual reports are devised and launched by Pakistani economist Mahbub ul Haq in 1990 and had the explicit purpose to shift the focus of development economics from national income accounting to people-centered policies. He believed that a simple composite measure on human development was needed to convince the public, academics, and politicians that they can and should evaluate development not only on economic advances, but also improvements of human well-being. And this is what the modern HDI looks like currently and what they measure. They measure life expectancy, expected years of schooling by mean years of schooling.
This slide makes more sense as far as just like a thing that you could measure. The first slide was crazy.
And GNI per capita or PPP.
I can't believe he made this PowerPoint. He's so annoying.
Purchasing power parity. HDI and GII are reverse correlated. Should there be a validity in Rachel's arguments in that feminism destroys society, we ought observe that anti-feminism to result in higher quality of living standards, not its reverse, for her hypothesis to hold valid. So I decided to plug in the numbers so you do not have to. I grab my HDI numbers here and I grab my GII numbers here. And here is the actual tables for you to see for yourself of the...
Bro. Dude. I can't stand this guy.
The HDI indexes compared to GII indexes. The countries I did not include, but not because I hate them, it's because they have incomplete data. The result? Well, if you actually use the Pearson correlation coefficient for non-statistics majors, this basically just determines a positive or negative correlation of the data. What I did get is that I got an R value of negative 0.91. For people who are not statistics majors, that shows that we have a very, very strong negative correlation. And you can actually see that graphically here, where you see as HDI is increasing, that GII also decreases. With an R value of negative 0.91, and there has been over 170 values that have been put into it between each country.
This is the ramblings of a lunatic, is what this is. This is an insane person.
The two-tailed p-value is effectively less than 0.0001. By that conventional criteria, this difference is considered to be extremely statistically significant. Because of the very high statistical negative correlation, the hypothesis that feminism makes life worse for people or its results in the destruction of society, at bare minimum, the antithesis is actually the case. At bare minimum, mathematically, it is inversely correlated, meaning that when there is more feminism, not less, has higher quality of living standards. But as I have read her book, The Occult Feminism, The Secret History of the Women's Liberation, it became very apparent. Rachel Wilson, in rhetoric, characterological traits, and internal motivations, is very similar to Judge Claude Frollo, the villain in Hunchback of Notre Dame. Ad hominem? Yeah, but also please review this table. If we look at the aspects of Rachel Wilson and Judge Claude Frollo and as a part of moral crusades, Rachel Wilson frames modern society as degenerate and corrupted, advocating for strict traditionalist values, and Judge Claude Frollo sees Paris as sinful and corrupt, believing that he must impose his strict moral, religious...
I can't believe he did this. I mean, I can because he's a lunatic, but I can't believe he did this.
moral order on society. She has an obsession with control. She advocates for rigid gender roles, strict social hierarchy, and the rejection of modernity on the basis of her religious teaching. And Judge Claude Frollo tries to control Esmeralda, Quasimodo, and Paris itself to fit its religious ideology. Under a religious justification, she uses Christianity for the foundation of her worldview, often interpreting it in extreme ways. And Judge Claude Frollo uses religion to justify his actions, twisting the doctrine to suit his personal desires. There's a fear of corruption, seeing feminism, liberalism, and modern culture as inherently corrupting forces. And Judge Claude Frollo believes that gypsies' freedom and love are dangerous temptations that lead to moral decay. There's a projection in hypocrisy in that she fixates on the perceived moral failings of others while displaying her own contradictions, i.e., why is she, a woman, lecturing men if she believes in the Bible? 1 Timothy 2:12. Judge Claude Frollo says condemning sin while struggling with his own sinful desires for Esmeralda. There's a
I agree with that last one. Why is Rachel talking ever? It is against her beliefs. Pretty sure it's against her beliefs for women to be talking out in the public like this. So, I don't know.
paranoia and a doom prophecy where she paints an apocalyptic picture of the West's downfall due to the social changes, and Judge Claude Frollo sees the arrival of gypsies as a sign of societal collapse and impending chaos. And then there is a fixation on the women's role, obsessed with policing women's behavior, viewing deviation from traditional roles as catastrophic, and Judge Claude Frollo fixates on Esmeralda as both a symbol of temptation as something that he must control and or destroy. In conclusion, I have proved the hypothesis that feminism hurts women is mathematically and statistically incorrect. It is true that feminism at an empirical level helps women, and that I have provided my math in my presentation as to how I got to this conclusion. Also, Rachel Wilson is just like Judge Claude Frollo, the villain in Hunchback of Notre Dame. Do not listen to the arguments a Disney movie villain would make into how to live your life. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much for that
Wow.
opening from 1stAmender. We are going to kick it over to Rachel Wilson for her opening as well. I want to let you know, folks, if you have not yet, hit that like button. We do appreciate your support, and it lets YouTube know, hey, keep giving me more of this. With that, we'll kick it over to Rachel. Thanks very much. The floor is all yours, Rachel Wilson.
Thank you, James. And I'd like to thank 1stAmender for that. Like, if Reddit was a person, Soy Jack meme, presentation, he even put a Disney movie in there. Like, what more could I ask for? Just a juicy, beautiful bait for me to start off this debate. So, first of all, he starts with his lovely mathematical calculations.
Yeah, that was literally made up numbers and word salad and a comparison to the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I mean, honestly, Rachel kind of got it. It was basically a Reddit post incarnate.
Of the harm and the feminism is good for women, using a bunch of data provided to you by NGOs, non-governmental organizations. There's a chapter in my book that goes over this information and tears it apart. And if he had I don't know that he read the book, because if he had, he would know that I do tear this data up in the book and prove that these NGOs that go into, like you saw his picture of the African women, right? These NGOs going into Africa, India, the few places in the world that haven't been completely overtaken by feminism yet, they go in there under the guise of, we're going to help women and children. And what I'm going to tell you is that this is code for depopulation. They have no interest in the health and welfare and well-being of random African and Indian women, these wealthy NGOs with billions of dollars at their disposal. Of course, they don't care about that. What they care about is pushing vaccines on the population, birth control, getting everyone on birth control, pushing abortion, putting Planned Parenthood and the Marie Stopes International, which is like a European version of Planned Parenthood, in these places. Why? To control the population, to depopulate. And they also have a big agenda to push women into higher education. Well, you might hear that and think, well, Rachel, they just want the African women to, have a good education. They want Indian women to, get better jobs and have financial independence. And they're just...
I tend to agree with you. It is very cringe when Rachel mocks people because of the way she does it. He made a PowerPoint Reddit Spurgfest. I can't even knock her this time because I think he literally asked for it. Why did he think that was a good idea?
really caring billionaires. They're caring billionaire philanthropists, right? No, the reason they want women in higher education is this. The number one correlate worldwide, regardless of race, ethnicity, religious background, cultural status, or any other factor, to low birth rates, below replacement birth rates, is women's access to higher education. I know that sounds controversial because we think women go to school, good thing, right? But we are on the verge of a catastrophic collapse in the birth rate. South Korea is at 0.7 births per woman. The women there aren't even replacing themselves, and if this doesn't drastically turn around, it could spell like literal doom. So he says, I'm drawing this apocalyptic scenario. Yes, I am, because Japan and Canada are now implementing things like helping people do euthanasia, assisted unaliving of oneself, in an effort to solve the crisis they have of this massive aging population with no young people to support it. We're already seeing this impact supply lines, even here in the United States. This is why we have to keep importing labor. So huge problem. The NGOs want this. They want collapse, and it's so that they can remake the financial systems and move the grand chessboard around how they want it. It's social control. It's societal engineering. They've been at it for 200 years. It's well detailed in the book. By the way, the Kindle version is back up. Go get it now. And then also, he's talking about me pushing my religion and that I'm extreme. I'm not extreme whatsoever. And he said that, her hypocrisy is that why is woman speaking? If you believe in the Bible, why are you speaking? Well, 1 Timothy that he referenced talks about women staying silent in the church. The reason for this is that women are not supposed to be elevated above men. They're not.
Yeah. But I was a Reddit debater at one point. And I think I'm going to do better than him when I start debating people. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to do a better job than him. That was like, I think you can commit people to asylums for that. I don't know for sure. But I would think probably. Yeah, that would make sense to me.
Not supposed to be teaching men. They're not supposed to be in a position of authority, which I am not. I am simply here providing information and giving my worldview. I have no authority over James or 1stAmender or any other men that I'm aware of. And on top of that, my Christianity is not very extreme, right? I mean, I'm wearing a Metallica t-shirt. Let's go. We're not extreme. We're just the original version. I cover my head when I'm in church. I cover my head when I pray. I'm submissive to my husband. I follow whatever my priest says. So it's really not so extreme. It's just more common sense. And what I'm trying to do is prevent, the extinction of the human race, which we're on the precipice of. And the majority of men can't get a woman to date or marry them anymore. And women are miserable on top of it. I have multitudes of proof showing that his little graphs with all the little data points, it didn't tell you anything at all. It didn't tell you if feminism lived up to the promises it made to women. It promised to make them safer. It promised to give them better quality of life and make them happier by liberating them from what, you ask? From the men in their lives who have the most vested interest in their well-being, from the men who care about them the most. And instead, it destroyed that relationship and put women's happiness specifically in the hands of governments, world government organizations. And we have massive studies, which we'll get.
I agree with you. It is getting bigger. The reason I want to get into it is because I just keep seeing these debates with these completely incompetent people. And there just has to be, it has to be better than this. Like, the center left side of the debate world, it's like two people right now. And the right side is like tons of people that are like good at debating. The far left is never good at debating because they're nonsense and their views are nonsense. But it's just such a wacky place where like Like, who told him he was good at this? Who told him he was good at this? Like, who did that? Because that was mean. That was cruel.
Get into and we'll talk about, which show that this is not the case and that women are not safer, they are not happier, and they are, if anything, much more vulnerable to the exact dangers that feminism guaranteed to rescue them from. That's how I started researching it myself, because women like me, who my priority was having a family, I wanted to have children, this society is.
Yeah, there's so many things we could do to fix the declining population or the declining birth rate. We're not at a declining population yet, but we are getting to the point where soon it's going to plateau and then it's going to go down if we don't reverse the trend like very soon. But we could do this with just a few small changes. We don't have to all revert to Orthodox Christianity. Like, that's not necessary. Full on far leftist feminism is not the answer either. But yeah, I'm not going to agree with either of these people the entire time. So just a warning.
Is extremely difficult for us women. It might be great for the boss babes at TPUSA, but what if you just want to have 5 kids, raise them yourself, and keep a man and stay married in this current society? They make it practically impossible. We're all pressured to go to work. So I think feminism has been destructive for women and society at large, and that's my opening.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. Want to let you know, folks.
James, you're muted.
That's right. I'm muted on Zoom, so she can't
James,
hear
you're
me.
muted.
There it is. So yeah, long story short, folks, we are thrilled to have you here. This is going to be so fun. You won't even believe it. We are going to have a discussion now. Following that, we'll have Q&A. If you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. You can tag me with that Modern Day Debate. Otherwise, Super Chat is another option, and that will push your question to the top of the list as we read the Super Chats first and in the order that they come in. So, with that, thank you very much. 1stAmender and Rachel, the floor is all yours.
I got a quick question for you. I got a few questions actually for you, Rachel Wilson. These are pretty quick questions, and I'm just curious as to like how you would answer them. So, let me just ask you: which goddess do you think feminists are subconsciously worshiping today, and how do you think that affects daily politics?
Well, I don't have to guess, and I don't have to wonder if they're subconsciously worshiping. So, if you go
I'm
to
asking
TikTok,
which goddess specifically.
yes, I'm gonna tell you if you hush your sassy little mouth there. All you have to do is go to TikTok, which the user base is what, 85% female. Put in the hashtag witch talk or put in the hashtag goddess, and you will find millions of impressions, millions of women talking about the goddess Kali and how she's a symbol of women's liberation because she only accepted the blood sacrifice of men on the battle.
Yeah, that TikTok stuff is crazy. I say enforcing the marriage contract and making adultery a crime would do wonders. I think marriage should be out of the government altogether. Ooh, all right. Mini debate in chat. Ready, set, go.
Battlefield, and she's a vengeful,
Okay, so the answer to the first part of the question.
I have to rearrange my little stream setup because I didn't have chat on screen for a while because I didn't have chatters because I was mostly using the live to turn into videos for later. But I'll have to make a little spot for it now that you guys are more active. I'll do it tonight. I'll fix it after stream. And then tomorrow we'll have a little on-screen chat.
Question is Kali, and how do you think that is affecting daily politics?
Oh, well, I'll tell you. So it doesn't just affect politics. It affects the entire pop culture. So if you go to a Taylor Swift or Beyonce concert, why should we stick to politics? We're talking about the population.
This is just the specific question. I got all sorts of questions for you because it's just, to me, it's so bizarre. Because I read your book, it's very disjointed. So, like, I just want you, just for the sake of the audience, right, to explain.
Yeah, I'll explain.
That it is Kali,
but you have to be quiet,
and now you have to tell me what.
I can't explain.
How do you think that it affects daily politics?
You asked me a question, so let me answer.
All right,
I
we're
just
gonna
want to
give
make sure
Rachel.
that you
We're
stay
gonna
on the
give. Hold on.
rails.
All right, First Amender, we got to give Rachel a chance to answer.
So if you want to know expressly how it affects politics, you could look at all of the first female politicians that entered office under the banner of women's liberation, citing a lot of the early suffrage writers who wanted women to be liberated from men on the basis that Christianity was an oppressive force and that things like Gnosticism, spiritualism, and occultism were, and Lucifer specifically and openly was the symbol of women's liberation for first wave. So all of the women who were politically active marching for the 19th Amendment, there's an old saying that says there was never a suffragette who didn't sit around the seance table. My book goes over all of them. Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Matilda Joslyn Gage, all of the...
Is marriage under the government really a marriage? I don't think so. But we could do some kind of like civil union type thing to encourage long-term monogamy and procreation without the whole religious aspect. I think it could be done. Rachel's right on this. The way the far extreme feminists behave and on TikTok is just, it's lunacy. It's really crazy. We don't need that.
Heroes of first wave were spiritualists, they were tarot card readers, they were automatic writers. So yes, they were very much into occultism and goddess worship, and there was a huge revival of this in the 70s, and Europe is filled with female politicians
That's
who
great. That's
followed the
great.
goddess.
You've answered
I'm
my
answering your question. The 70s European female politicians, many of them who are all listed in the book, followed the goddess worship revival of the 70s, which was a huge like pop culture thing.
Oh yeah, sure.
So yeah, it definitely affects the politics of today.
Gotcha. So all right, let me ask you this. Are modern working women actually victims of a secret occult plot? Yes, that's a yes or no question.
Are modern working women victims of a secret occult plot? No, that's not. You're trying to frame it.
I'm asking you, is that a yes or no? Very simple. I'm not framing anything.
It's not a yes or no question.
I'm just...
You're trying to frame it in a way that I have to say yes or no
ask me the
to a
question.
question that you framed.
Ask me the question. Are modern working women actually victims of a secret occult plot? I would say no. I would just say no immediately.
Yeah, but that's because that's how you want her to answer. What a skeevy way of debating. That's so cringe.
Why does that require nuance?
Because there's more. Because there's a lot more to it. All right, of society. I'll explain it. All of society is governed by cultural engineering, marketing. Would you disagree that marketing does not subliminally control what a lot of people do in their lives? Why do you go get the McDonald's? Because
I don't think it subliminally controls. I think it actively tries to influence your behavior, and you are consciously aware of that. I as far as like subliminal marketing,
that's not true.
There's no empirical evidence that subliminal marketing works. Like there have been experiments done with like the single frame.
Yeah, but it's not subliminal marketing. I don't know why Rachel thinks it's subliminal. There were legitimate propaganda pushes to push society in the direction that she doesn't like and that 1stAmender is attempting to defend right now. They weren't subliminal. They were very obvious. They were targeted propaganda. None of it was a secret.
Frame thing and the popcorn, like trying to see if they would get more.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
It's not real. But I'm just curious, like, are modern working women victims of a secret
They're victims of
propaganda?
No, they're victims of a century of propaganda propped up by billions of dollars in NGO money. That's
which is an occult plot, right?
Some of the people who were involved in it had this belief, and that's why they pushed it.
I'll take that as a yes. True. So then we're moving on. Okay. Do you believe that the CIA invented feminism as a form of mind control?
By the way, James, I'm only good with answering his line of interrogation if I get to interrogate him back.
You can interrogate me all you want.
If he has to answer my
I'm just genuinely curious about this.
No, you're not. You're full of shit. And
Wild
you're
to me.
You are.
You can literally tell by the look on his face that he's not genuinely interested in any of this. I think marriage is organized breeding for the purpose of establishing lines of succession. Yeah, but if like religious people really don't like the marriage term being applied secularly, so like we could call it something else for secularists where it's not like a marriage, it's just like a civil union, and it could still have the same like implications as far as succession and things like that go. So
Question you wanted to
I'm
ask.
just asking you simple questions. Go
Was
ahead,
there a
ask a
question you'd
question. I'll
like to
answer any
ask
question you got.
first?
It's only wild to you because you said you read my book and you didn't.
I did read your book.
You did.
Why do you think I'm asking you
I don't think you read the book.
these
Okay,
pointed
tell me
questions?
one thing you read
I
in
wanna
my
give
book.
you a
Tell me
chance.
something you read in my book.
What I mean, I like what am I gonna like talk about specifically? You talked
Pick
about all
one
sorts
thing
of stuff.
out of the book
There's a
that you
lot of
thought
like
was really
there's a lot of really bizarre, disjointed things. Like I'm sitting
Like
here and
what?
I'm reading about a god in Egypt, right? In ancient Egypt, and you somehow push forward like 1,000 years talking about Celtic mythology and how like that there's like I don't know, menstruation gods or whatever, or gods that
Nope.
desire to have like
None of that's in the book.
superiority in it. No, that what do you mean?
That's not
Yeah, I don't think it's good to be arbitrarily walking away from civil union or marriage, whatever you would like to, whatever we end up calling it. I think we can fix a lot of that with like propaganda though. Like there's been a lot of, and 1stAmender is probably going to deny this, but there's a lot of antinatalism attached to feminism, at least in the broad sense. But I think those things can be divorced from each other. I think we can return to a more pro-natalist society. Yeah, he didn't read the book. That's so obvious at this point. He definitely didn't read the book. But I think we can fix a lot of that just by changing like people's attitudes. I know it sounds a little crazy, but I do think there's ways to do that. The same way that we kind of propagandized the opposite, we can do that in the other direction.
not in the book. There's no menstruation gods. No. I don't know
So
what you're
hold on.
talking
So
about.
I just want to be clear, right? You never talked about pagan religions or goddess worship.
Sure
You
I
didn't
do,
talk
but I
about
didn't
like
say anything
Inanna or
about-
Lilith or Kali as symbols of female
Sure.
autonomy and power.
Of course
I did
do.
read your book.
Why,
I did read
why
it.
do I,
right?
okay, why
I'm
why
saying
do
that
I
there's like
say?
a lot of disjointed stuff where you
There's-
try to
First
pair up
Amendment.
stuff.
We
and it
heard
doesn't
that
work.
already. We heard that already. Rachel's got a new question.
So here's my question for you. Why did I bring those goddesses up in the book? If you read the book, why did I
He read the Cliff Notes, if that's a thing. I think he read the Cliff Notes.
bring them up?
I don't know. I think in your brain
You didn't read
that
the book.
You,
You
have
didn't
this
read the book.
belief-
Stop lying. Stop lying.
I did read the book. I did. It's not
You
a
didn't
long
read
book.
it. Okay, what's at the
It's
end?
not a long book.
What do I wrap it with? Just in general.
I honestly I don't remember off the top of my head, but I did
No,
read your
you don't.
book.
You didn't
Right?
read the book.
It's been to be fair,
All right,
right?
let's say maybe he
I
just read
planned,
selections,
right, on
like
actually
he's-
reading your book, and then within the next day,
And then you didn't.
while
And
it
then
was
you
This is like
fresh,
this is,
I read your book. What do you want? Do you need a
You
screenshot?
can't tell me what the
gosh,
book is about. You can't tell me anything that's in
Okay,
it. You
I hate
can't
to
tell
do
me
I
this.
what
literally
What I
just
have to do
listed
is-
exactly what was in it.
Okay, pardon my muting you both. Just to be sure that we get back to the topic of whether or not contemporary feminism is helping women, let's just settle, like maybe meet halfway and say that maybe 1stAmender read selections of the book, whether they be large or small, is up for debate, but we'll shelf that topic for whether or not the selections were large or small for another time. And
Oh, this is not going to go well.
then let's return back to the topic here. So I'm going to ask you to unmute, and then we'll go back to whether or not feminism today is helping women.
Okay, so since you already asked me a bunch of questions, I have one for you. Where do you think feminism came from? How did we get feminism? You're muted. You have to unmute yourself.
That's a different question. That's it depends on what particular culture you're talking about. I think there's
Okay,
a
the
lot of
West.
separation that exists
In the West.
Mary Wollstonecraft. It likely started from Mary Wollstonecraft, and then that would be what we would consider modern contemporary feminism, which, by the way, I should point out, is a Christian deist. I don't know how you in the book, like you did label it as like occultism regarding Mary Wollstonecraft because that they were a deist, but I'm a little lost because what they would say that they basically gave their life to Jesus Christ. And they would also say that there is a God, but that the God doesn't actually influence itself, and that's somehow the occult. I don't know how you pair up, like specifically, like Kali, like 1,000 years ago, and then move all the way to Mary Wollstonecraft that has completely different ideas, and then say
James said
somehow
he wanted to shelve the topic of the book. So unless you want me to explain how I know you didn't read the book, because that's what the book is me explaining the connection. That's literally what the book is.
Let me help
you. So
you
if you
out.
don't know how I connect it, you didn't read it. So do you think feminism was a reaction to patriarchy and abuses by the evil patriarchy?
I'm going to share this real quick, and I want everybody to see it.
Jesus, he keeps scuffing the whole entire thing with his stupid PowerPoints.
I want everybody.
Yeah, I think we can do that. It requires like definitely like a dulling down of the sexual revolution a little bit because we went way too far with that. It's going to involve kind of like we got into this space where like college is like instead of kids. You can do both. I mean, I know how we got there. It was totally unnecessary.
Just to be
Just
sure,
because you
I don't want to
downloaded
be.
it or whatever doesn't
Right?
mean you read
What is that? Hold on. What is that? What does that say?
Oh my God.
Let me help you out. What is
he doing receipts about the book?
that
I
say
can't.
there?
mean that
Okay.
This
you
is
paid
crazy.
any
Can you just look
picture
at
that
that?
you know
Hold
it's
on,
in
I
it.
hate
It
to do
means
this,
Can you just
nothing.
admit that I did read your book?
Because,
No,
Can you just
because you
admit that
don't
I
know
read your
what's
book?
in it.
pardon my muting you both again. So, okay. It's not quite as exciting to debate whether or not 1stAmender sat in his little flannel pajamas and read your book, Rachel. So I think it would be more interesting, more exciting, rather than imagining him in his little jammies reading your book, debating whether or not that happened. Is feminism today, are the things, let's say even maybe in first wave feminism, have they helped women or have they hurt women
I
or
would
neither?
love to do that, but he keeps asking me to explain my book. So tell him to stop doing that, and I'm happy to ask. All you gave us was plot points on a graph saying, oh, this obviously proves that everything's better for women. Okay, then why do we have a little something called the National Incidence Study, which goes over 45 years of data, the most comprehensive data collected by all of the bureaus in the United States, everything from police to first responders to school psychologists. Everybody who reports on any type of abuse is included in the National Incidence Study. And this study over 45 years shows that women and children both have not experienced less abuse, but have experienced increasing and more abuse as divorce and single parent families and single motherhood has been on the rise. So it shows, what all of this data shows is that the safest place for a woman is with her husband, not with a cohabitating partner, not alone, not divorced, not with her second boyfriend after she got the divorce, with her husband. And feminism was specifically one of the main tenets of first and second wave was to separate women from marriage, to make it easier to get out, to make it easier to break up. So how can you say women are better off when we are objectively at higher risk of all types of domestic violence, when this is one of the main promises of
Actually,
feminism?
other way around. When you don't have feminism, it's actually higher in terms of domestic violence.
I just explained to you that
100% false.
wasn't true.
You're wrong.
Okay,
so
explain.
here's the thing, right? Like my argument, like if you want to deal with,
Is he's gonna have to prove that because I'm almost positive that that's incorrect.
Oh, you just made a claim. You have to prove it. You said that I was wrong.
You want me to just sit there and like look up a study, or can we like actually go back and forth on this?
I have a study right here. I have the National
Was
Incidence
that was
Study,
all
which
white. What was that?
There's The National Incidence Study, which is this, I just explained what it is, huge government survey of all reporting agencies that have any types of reports of abuse of women and children, says that the safest place for women from 1970 to now, when they started recording this, is with their married spouse. And that to the extent that women get divorced, stay single, cohabitate with a partner is actually one of the most dangerous things. This was stigmatized before feminism. And now with women's liberation and no-fault divorce and just live with your boyfriend and have his babies, women are experiencing higher volumes of abuse than they did prior. Do you have data that proves that wrong?
So I just want to be clear, right? Like the IPV or intimate partner violence, would you say that there's, let me back up. Is there more domestic violence now or less?
Now, from when to when? Because it depends. They haven't been tracking this stuff forever.
Let's say from the 1990s to today.
From the 1990s to today, overall, is there more or less? It's remained remarkably
Is there
stagnant
more or less
since the
feminism in your mind?
There's more feminism, and domestic violence has stayed about the same for 45 years. It's just stagnated, the overall level.
So if I pull up a study regarding the intimate partner violence and find that it has declined significantly from the 90s to the 2010s, you would just say that you're wrong about that?
I would say that I've done an extensive investigating into that, and it depends whose data you look at, which is why I went with the NIS. Yes, this is true. So there are certain places that you can report to that show this, but it's not comprehensive data. It doesn't go over everything. The NIS is comprehensive. It takes every type of reporting place that handles these kinds of complaints and shows that the overall rate has not changed much, because like the IPV doesn't always take into account all types of violence. It doesn't take into account all types of reporting. I had a big kerfuffle with, I think it was Trent Horn about this, where he and I went back and forth, and actually he ended up saying, okay, yes, you're correct. The NIS is much more comprehensive. It actually shows that the overall rate is stagnant. It's been about the same for the last 50 years. And that the only places where there's less is in married families with both biological parents living with the children. Every other living situation is far more dangerous to both women and children, up to a factor of 12 times. So children who live with non-married parents.
What to tell you here? I mean, you're just wrong.
I'm not just wrong.
I mean, like here, I'll go ahead and share it so that way everybody can see it. Like I'm not.
Oh God, he's got to stop sharing stuff on the screen. It just blows up James's whole streaming setup.
I'm not blowing smoke up your bum when I'm sitting here pointing to you that indeed it is lower. Violence is lower than in the past.
No.
Violence is lower in this aspect because we're not in relationships as much. There are less intimate partners to be violent with.
It had lowered quite a bit.
No. Wait. Look. See, this is what I'm talking about. It says women killed by intimate partners using guns and other methods.
Yeah.
That's
but there's more feminism now, so then why is the inverse the correlatory?
Women killed is not the same as overall domestic violence. Most women who experience domestic violence are never killed.
Do you need overall domestic violence? A lot of that goes unreported. How would you even know that?
Because of everything that is reported by all agencies, go to the National Incident Study or go to my Substack, which has all of these links and it has the charts and it has the graphs in one of my articles that shows this.
So then what you need to have, right, is like basically
if
I show you information that is antithetical to your position,
you
say, well, that's not good enough.
That is one metric.
I only need my own.
That's not good enough.
How are you exactly going to measure that? A lot of this goes unreported.
I'm explaining it. James, he won't stop talking ever. He asked me a question and I can't answer, and he did this with Andrew and he did this with Jim Bob. He speed prattles over you.
I want to give Rachel plenty of time.
Saying that because the number of deaths has declined a little bit since the 90s is not indicative of the overall rate of domestic violence, because deaths are a tiny fraction. I think it's like 2% or less of all domestic violence victims are ever killed by the person who is doing the violence to them, okay? So the overall domestic violence rate has stagnated for 45 years, and it has increased in every type of living situation except married biological parents with the children. That is by far the safest. Do you dispute that? Do you dispute that the safest living situation for women and children is in a home with both biological parents who are married? Do you dispute that?
There does appear to be a correlation to that, and that's fair.
No, it's not just a correlation. It's,
no, it
it's
is a
an
correlation because
no, it's
normally
not.
when you're together and you have more money because you're together, then it would be like.
Bro, what? Because you're together and you have more money? That doesn't even make sense. He's right that it's a correlation, not necessarily a causation. But it doesn't have the... Being married doesn't mean you have more money. Like, that's...
likely that you would actually not have as much violence.
I'll just read it here.
That would
All right,
logically
one sec.
follow.
Okay, let's hear. Okay, let's give Rachel a chance to respond.
I don't even know... They haven't even gotten to debating the actual points of the matter. I don't think they will, though. I don't think they will. They might get into a little bit when they start answering chat questions, but...
On to that, you had just explained why you think there is a correlation there. First Amender, let's give Rachel a chance to respond to that.
Okay, so I've got my Substack pulled up here. It's rwilson.substack.com. It's a piece called 45 Years of Data Proving That Fathers Are Not the Threat. And it says that children living with single parent with an unmarried partner had the highest incidence of physical abuse by far, more than 10 times the lowest rate. Only 0.7 per 1,000 children living with two married biological parents were sexually abused, compared to 12.1 per 1,000 of children living with a single parent who had an unmarried partner. When it comes to emotional abuse, the rate of 15 per 1,000 kids living with a single parent with an unmarried partner is more than 8 times higher than the rate for kids living with both married biological parents. The rate of physical neglect, 7 times higher for kids who are in broken families. The incidence of children who suffered serious harm and endangerment was 9.5 times higher. And it continues. Now, here's probably the most relevant statistic. 68% of kids who were maltreated in these studies, this huge meta-study, were maltreated by a female, whereas 48% were maltreated by a male. So this idea that the threat was men, or the threat was husbands, or the threat was fathers is a lie. It's a lie of feminist propaganda. It is not your married husband and the father of your children who is the threat. It's the guy that you shack up with after your divorce. It's the dude who you let into the situation after you divorce your husband, because they're looking for women and children who are vulnerable, okay? So you have to look at the whole picture. You can't just pull up one stat of like just women who are killed. That does not give you the full picture.
All right, great, fabulous. Let's prove you wrong again. I do love that goalpost shifting, though. That's fun. I'll go ahead and provide it.
At all. You're the one
That's
who
not
shifted.
that's not a goalpost shift. Oh my God. There are refutations to all of this stuff. He's just being bad faith because he's too dumb to know what they actually are. Like, I've seen him debate before, and it's really depressing.
The goalpost by saying you have to just go by this one metric, which is women who are killed.
Shh, listen, the men are talking. The men are talking.
You're a little boy. You're not.
So if you look right here, if you observe right here, you can see that there appears to be the offending and victimization rates between 1976 to 2017. The current explanation as to what that spike
what's
is
the source?
to
What are we
later
looking
on.
at?
Oh,
I need to know what we're looking at.
Yes, this is a paper called Gender Differences in the Patterns and Trends of U.S. Homicide between 1976.
Why does he keep going back to homicide? We just went over how the homicide rate that doesn't have anything to do with the overall partner violence rate. What is he on?
to 2017.
So it's just homicide again.
This is a
it's just
no.
homicide.
Well, no,
We're
no,
talking about
no.
abuse.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Right. Also, this includes abuse because it's talking about offending and victimization rates. So yes, it is also including abuse. It's also lower. Again, there's more feminism, right? But
it's the offenders of murder. He doesn't even know how to read the numbers. It says it right there. Murder, murder, murder. Offending and victimization rates of murder.
we don't see this sudden rise.
Oh
However,
my God.
it is fair to say that we can
There's
say
not a sudden
that there has
rise.
been a sudden rise in, yeah, it's down. Yeah, no crap, it's down.
No,
exactly.
it's stagnated.
Your
No,
argument.
you're wrong.
No,
You're wrong.
how is that stagnated? How is that trend that is obviously going down?
That's
how is that?
just
How exactly
that is
that
not an
stagnated?
overall rate of abuse. That is not an overall intimate partner violence stat.
I don't even know if at this point he's being intentionally manipulative, because he legitimately thinks that this is like this figure 1 up here. He legitimately thinks that this is for all partner violence because it says victim and offender. But this entire study is just about murder. The whole thing. I think at this point he's manipulating himself, essentially. Like, this is absurd.
That is just offending and victimization rates for men. That's the
I
graph
love
I'm
it.
looking
No,
at.
no.
You're
Oh,
wrong.
if you, here, let me help you out with your reading. Okay. If you'll notice right here under figure 2, it says offending and victimization rates for women. And you'll notice it's very similar, right?
go
it's
up,
the same
scroll
thing.
up.
And you'll notice that as there has been since the 1990s, right, there was actually laws that were passed specifically outlawing specific violence against women. There had been laws that have been passed. And then the result is there's less victims. Oh, what do you know? More feminism has resulted in less.
I mean, he's trying to. But his inability to read basic graphs is failing him.
Victimization, less harm to women, right? Now what, Rachel? What?
Now what?
What? I'm
Shut
showing
up.
you
It's
the
my
papers.
turn to respond. You
I'm
have to
showing
shut
you
up.
the information. This is wild. You're like
You're
in
gonna
La
have to
La
mute him.
Land.
You're going to have to mute him.
You're in La La
Okay.
Land.
You're going to have to mute him. He's once again because he doesn't know the overall stats and the data, he's pulling up a random thing. Oh, look at the chart go down. Yeah, the chart is, he didn't scroll up to show us what offender and victimization means, how they calculated that, who collected it, what the population size was, nothing. I'm talking about overall domestic violence rates in the most comprehensive data that we have. We don't even know what we're looking at when he shows us that. He just shows us a line that goes down and it says victim and offender. That doesn't tell us anything. So we're talking about if feminism has protected women, then why is the overall domestic violence rate for women and children the same after 45 years? And if you want to know for sure, pull up the National Incident Study yourself. Go to the federal government website and pull it up. And it will show you that it is the most comprehensive data set that we have. Okay.
It's
whatever
not the
you
same.
were just looking at, you didn't let me look at the intro. You didn't let me look at the methods. I can't on the screen right now see the full view of what you're talking about, but I can show you this. Okay. On top of this, we have 2 huge studies. Have you ever heard of the paradox of declining female happiness? This is a huge study that came out in 2008. You ever heard of it? No.
No.
Okay, he's never heard of it.
Jesus.
The paradox of declining female happiness opens with this. And this is a meta study
All right.
across
Now
multiple
he's just throwing a
cultures,
tantrum.
and focuses on the United States. And then there's a second follow-up study they did that was much more comprehensive and looked at the whole world. By many objective measures, the lives of women in the United States has improved over the past 35 years, yet we show that measures of subjective well-being indicate that women's happiness has declined, both absolutely and relatively to men. The paradox of women's declining relative well-being is found across various data sets, measure of subjective well-being, and is pervasive across demographic groups and industrialized countries. Relative declines in female happiness have eroded a gender gap in happiness in which women in the 1970s reported higher subjective subjective well-being than did men. These declines have continued, and a new gender gap is emerging, one with higher subjective well-being for men. So women are not happier. They're not reporting that they're doing better. So are you going to tell me the women are wrong?
Post link.
How do I do that on Zoom? How do I do that on Zoom?
While that link is posted, folks, want to remind you first, thanks so much for your likes. We're already at 214, and Nora in the live chat said if we get to 250 likes, he would email everyone in chat his lewd and lascivious foot pics, quote unquote. Nasty guy, but hey, do appreciate your likes anyway. We'll give Rachel a chance to share that link with 1stAmender. And when the bars are up over 1stAmender on screen, that's not meant to apply that he's first offender. We want to be clear, he's not an offender. He's not a pervert. The bars just signify if someone's muted. So, which we appreciate. I want to give, I got to give credit, because it's true that 1stAmender, he has a way with people. Everybody, by the end of the debate, they're just enraged, and they just want to look at his little face. He just is
Okay,
nonetheless.
I have the link, but I don't use Zoom a lot. Where do I share it? Is there like a chat?
Yeah, you should see a button that says chat.
I see
you
it.
click
I see
it,
it,
and then you can just paste it. And you can see that I have the one where you could just see the paper itself, and then where it was actually published in libertpub.com. Anyway, let's take a look at your Yale paper.
Back to 1stAmender. You just want to face. But the point is, I got to give him credit. He comes back here every time, even though they can, the chat sometimes, not everybody in chat, but some of them. And then also sometimes the speakers, I remember a little 2-on-2 debate, Alex Stein and Isabella Riley. They tore into 1stAmender good. They called him first offender, among many other things. But again, he's not an offender. Thanks for your super chat. Rate me, XD. Says Rachel, you're wasting your time on this low testosterone, crying. Is pinko a bad word? What's pinko mean?
I don't care. I don't care. It's just a dumb ad hominem.
Okay, well, don't worry. They're not done. He said he's a secretion from a cockroaches. Oh my, we can't say that word. YouTube has become more. I'll give Rachel a chance to respond to 1stAmenders if you're ready, Rachel. Otherwise, I can keep.
Yeah, I've posted a link to the paradox.
Yeah, he's super annoying. There's a lot of the left-leaning debaters that just the way they behave during debates, you wouldn't even know if they're right or not. They're just so unbelievably smug and cringy that it wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter if they're correct.
Of declining female happiness and the 2022 follow-up study, which amusingly states by the authors, we find that one part of the female happiness paradox is very robust. When answering questions about negative effect, women are always and everywhere more unhappy than men. This is true across time, country, and across different metrics of negative effect. LOL.
So, Rachel, your paper doesn't actually really address specifically violence against women.
No, it's overall happiness.
So,
since
okay,
you and I
hold on.
can't agree about violence, I thought we'd just go to, are women happier? You said it was better.
Here's the thing,
so
Rachel.
Women are saying they're not happier.
There's a decline in reported happiness. That's fair. I was not even contesting that.
Yeah, that's true, Godspeed. They did all include that, and all of them, I think pretty much every single one of them failed.
Concept.
Well, then
however,
how
when
could
I'm
feminism
referring
be
to the
helping women
violence
if
against,
they're less happy?
well, I think
If
there's
they're
probably
worse.
more to life than just simply happiness, and there's probably certain life satisfactions that cause that to be the case. I mean, there's a current increased expectations in role expansion, specifically in your paper that you have listed, where they're saying that women's roles has expanded beyond traditional boundaries, which encompasses both career as well as familial responsibility, and that the pressure to have it all have led to increased stress and decreased overall happiness. I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that. I think if you're like doubling the overall work workload from like being stay-at-home to being stay-at-home mom and working a full-time job would absolutely increase that, right? Pick one or the other, not do both, or at least share the workload with men. That's perfectly like that would be fine. The work-life balance challenge appears to be the concern regarding your paper. If you're talking about the emotional labor.
Wi-Fi, people don't have any rights at all. Rights don't exist. It's a nonsense concept. You have entitlements granted to you by some sort of governing force. There's no such thing as rights.
As well as household responsibilities. If anything, like people where it's like expected that the woman must be the one that deals with the household responsibility. It's that kind of mentality on top of having to work, which would result in this unhappiness when really the working in the house and doing housework, that's not just woman's work. That's also men's work, right? It's a team effort. Right?
Okay.
And that would result in better happiness, I think, in my opinion.
I have to ask you then, is women's right to work, did like feminists fight for women to have the right to work? Is working a privilege, a right that we fought for?
Yes.
Okay. Then how can it be a right and a privilege, but it's also like a burden that makes life harder
right.
for us?
I wouldn't necessarily call working a privilege because you kind of need to do it in order to like survive.
But why didn't we need to do it before 1970? Why didn't women need to work outside the home before 1970?
That's a really complex question. I think it has to do with a myriad of factors. I do believe that we had created the Milton Friedmans of the world and the Margaret Thatchers of the world that decided to erode away at unions and make it a lot harder for people to be able to make ends meet, which then resulted in.
Do you want to know
really?
the answer?
Yeah.
I'll tell you the answer.
Yeah,
the
go
answer
for
is
it.
because we pushed women after the creation of gender studies in 1970, the publishing of Ms. Magazine, and this huge campaign by now to push women into the workforce. We doubled the workforce almost overnight. Within a span of about 10 to 15 years, women flooded the workforce, doubled the labor force, wages have never recovered, and we now have a two-income economy. So in the 60s and all of human history prior, you could raise a family with
So you don't have it. You don't think that has anything to do with the fact that we've eroded away at unions?
No,
Can
I
women
don't.
be bosses? Can they make businesses? Are women capable of making businesses?
Are they capable of making businesses?
Can they make
Sure.
businesses?
Yes.
Okay, so if you double the workforce and you double the amount of people that makes businesses, wouldn't that increase
No.
standards?
What percentage of the workforce is people who own businesses? It's a very small amount. And guess what?
Yeah, but there would be an increased amount, would there not be?
Women don't. Yeah, some women own businesses.
Okay, so then
This is the exact same debate as all the other feminism debates that we watched this week. It's the exact same thing. He's trying to defend an indefensible version of feminism. And she's just doing like cleanup after him. They haven't even gotten into anything of substance yet. Like solutions to the problems and why one or the other would provide better solutions. We haven't even touched on this yet. It's very sad that this is the caliber of debate right now. And it's because it's debate. It's so like caught up in justifying itself. And that's the only thing that the two of them are interested in because it's a debate. And if you can't have some kind of conversation within the debate, you're just fighting over the audience. And anyone who came here for 1stAmender is going to leave on his side. And anyone who came here for Rachel, which is probably most of the audience because it's modern day debate, is going to leave on her side. There's no purpose to any of these. I don't think they're getting anyone anywhere. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit. Let's see if they get into audience questions at all.
Work because we don't make enough money
Because
off my
of capitalism.
husband's income. It's not capitalism. Then
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It's
if
'cause you
okay,
need
if it's
to survive.
capitalism,
They're literally still talking about the exact same thing. They're still talking about the exact same thing. Okay, Rachel leaves here. James starts talking more here.
10:30 in what time zone?
Eastern.
Eastern. Okay, 10:30
So
Eastern.
like an hour and 15 more.
Okay. And then First Amender, what about you?
The latest that I could be would be 11:30. It's currently 9:13. That's the absolute latest. I got to go after 11:30.
And you're talking about 11:30 Eastern, right?
Yeah, Eastern. 1930s. It wasn't necessarily very good. We had a wartime economy that we had to go through. Women had to work as well. I think it was like upwards of 40% of women had to work during wartime. And then by the 1950s, we created the GI Bill, as well as lots and lots of different unionization efforts that improved the quality of living standard. Both women and men had the ability to work if they decided to do so. You are correct that women who had children, they typically would not have to work because, of course, if you have a very if you have it where it's affordable to be on a single income, then that would logically make sense.
Yeah, but the blame capitalism part is just an extension of the dividing the workforce thing that they started talking about like 40 minutes ago.
So yes, unionization efforts would in fact result in women being able to stay home. And then, of course, later on, when we have the monetarist theories of the world, and then finally the Margaret Thatcherites and the Reagans of the world that eroded away the rights of the working class, which is why that you can see that the exact productivity index appears to be increasing. However, that the pay has remained stagnant since the 1970s is a very strong indicator that it is in fact the issue that things are less affordable, and so women have to work. That's just, I'm sorry. I mean, I guess we just fundamentally disagree. I mean, you could sit there and say that this is a result of, I don't know, some bizarre occult thing.
That's not what I said. Stop strawmanning me, dude.
I mean, you wrote the book. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, God. And we don't think you read the book. We're going to pause on that face. And I'm going to use that face for a thumbnail later. It's getting late for me where I am. So I think we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Definitely an interesting stream. We had Jim Bob in the chat. That was cool. Hopefully that can lead to a conversation between the two of us. That debate was the same debate that I watched 5 times already this week. It's the same thing over and over again. There are... I don't know if there's a way to defend the broad concept of feminism. There's definitely a way to defend advocating for women's rights in the workforce and education, because you can have those things and a pro-natalist society where we are having children at the same time. But they're just not ever going to get there, because there's no regular liberal debaters. They're all leftists now. So they're never going to get to that point, because they won't concede any aspect of feminism ever. They won't concede any of it. I mean, Erudite will concede certain aspects, but then she'll get all hung up on force doctrine, and that fucks her up too. So I don't know. It's just disappointing for me. Hopefully I can get involved more. My channel is still extremely new, so I don't really have the clout to be like, I'm going to debate you now, but we'll see. Hopefully we get there soon. And it was a pleasure having you both. I say you both because Wi-Fi and Godspeed, you've been chilling in the chat for like most of the night, which is super cool. Pleasure hanging out with both of you, even if, we've had couple little disagreements, mostly agreements, I think, though. And all are welcome in my chat all the time, especially if we don't agree. We even had Jim Bob in chat earlier. I'm not a conservative. Jim Bob's a conservative. I'm not a leftist either, so probably has a little more, the libertarian debaters they're bad. They're bad. They get caught up on the rights thing. There's no natural rights. They just always get caught up on that idea. And the nap. They can go take a nap, in my opinion. But anyway, it was a pleasure hanging out with you guys. We'll be live again tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do yet, but I will get some videos queued up. I'll get a plan going. Maybe we'll try to talk to some people